Hello everyone. Good morning. Great to see all of you here. So let's officially start our Sustainability That Moves the World, our second seminar on sustainable fuel gases. Before to start, on behalf of SHV Energy and Supergasbras, I'd like to thank our authorities that we have here, represented by Mrs. Sarah Cohen from the Consulate of Netherlands from Rio de Janeiro, Mr. Anthony Preston, the Deputy Consul from the Consulate of Bridge in Rio de Janeiro too, Mr. Fábio Vieira Vinhado, from the Biofuels Director from Ministry of Mines and Energy, Mr. Daniel Vieira Maia, the Director from National Agency of Petroleum, Natural Gas and Biofuels, and Mr. Sergio Bandeira, the President of Syndigas, that also I extend our thanks for all of you that are here in person, and also for the participants that are in the live stream. We also have other companies from the LPG sector from Brazil, and also our colleagues from the same sector from Chile that are follow us in live stream. And to officially open our session, I would like to invite to the stage our President, Júlio Cardoso, from Supergasbras. And also our President from SHV Energy, Bran Greber.
Obrigado, Priscila. Bom dia a todos, sejam muito bem-vindos. Good morning, welcome. Thank you very much to accept our invite to the seminar this important 2 days. During these 2 days, we expect to discuss what are our expectations, challenges, and opportunities on the renewable gas. So liquid gas, so I think we have a very nice agenda, very good people to discuss during these 2 days this important issue. SHV Energy is fully involved and working to the energy transition. And Supergasbras, aligned with SHV, last year we created the full renewable fuel department with some chemical engineering, and we are working together with SHV Energy to find opportunities, to find ways to produce biogas in Brazil, renewable liquid gas in Brazil, and we really believe that we can support not only SHV Energy but the world in this important process. Let's transform this dream in a reality working together with all of you, with the universities, with the partners, to really find the best way to produce renewable liquid gas in Brazil in a competitive way and supporting not only Brazil, but all the world. Thank you very much again to be here. I would like to invite Bram Graber, Mr. Bram Graber, the CEO of SHV Energy, to tell some words to you. Please, Bram.
Thank you, Julio, and good morning to all in the Museum of Tomorrow. Although I'm not able to join you from the looks of it, it is the right place to be together around the theme that Julio already introduced as renewable liquid gases. Let me give you two messages. Message number one is we are here in the first place to listen and to learn from all of you, from all the different disciplines you represent, and we appreciate hugely that you all show up both in person in the museum and also online to contribute. And let me try to explain why we're here to listen and three reasons for that. The purpose of our company, SHV, is what we call the courage to care for generations to come. We do realize that the LPG industry in Brazil, but many other markets today, brings a good and in most cases affordable solution to many, many millions of domestic customers and also industrial customers. However, we also know that if that is true today, it should also be true for the next generation. And then the generation after that, and for that reason we have to move. We cannot count on a fossil solution for eternity. It differs per country where you are in the world, but eventually we will have to mix with our fossil solution also more sustainable and less carbon-intense solutions into the mix. Second reason is that we are totally convinced that although we are a sizable company, this challenge is both technically and also in terms of investment too big to just have one company or every company for its own working on it. We need collaboration with academics, we need the support of governments, we need to work together with other companies to make this happen. It's a huge challenge, it's an exciting challenge to work on, but collaboration is absolutely key. And the third point I would like to bring where we're here to listen is that, of course, Brazil today, although not in our sector, but other sector, is already a world market leader when it comes into smart use of biofuels. You have abundant availability of good feedstock, so I think we're in the right place to listen. So what I can hope for you in the coming program, after of course thanking you again for contributing, is to have a constructive and inspiring dialogue, and I hope we can learn and then collectively progress our energy sources to something more sustainable in the years to come. I wish you a very productive Congress. Thank you.
Thank you, Bram. So we can start. Before to start, I have just some informations. We have Wi-Fi here. Our team will put here in the screen our Wi-Fi and password that we will use during the event for Q&A session. Okay, and also to know who we are here in the session, we have also our QR code for that the team will put in the screen. That here you can scan and see who will be the attendees that are here in person for these 2 days of discussions. So, and to start our session one, we will have the speech from Mr. Fábio Vinhado from Ministry of Mines and Energy. That will be the first one online to talk us about the RenovaBio overview from 2022. So, Dr. Fábio is already connected. Or let's just see if we have Fábio connected. If not, we can switch the order of the speakers, okay? So just again, for for the attendees, you can scan. We will also have here on the auditorium some authorities, and also for other companies, universities. The idea of this event is to try to put all the ecosystem together these 2 days to discuss about the biofuels, the perspectives, and the challenge that we have in this area, right? We are asking for all of you to have questions. If you have questions for this first session, our main plan is to get these 3 first speakers, Mr. Fabio, followed by Mr. Anthony Preston, and also Sarah Coyne. And after that, we will have a round table with Mr. Daniel Maia, Mr. Sergio Bandeira, and Mr. Gabriel, and just some informations for all of the 3 speech will be in English, and we don't want to open to questions in this 3 first one, because we will use it as a background for our round table, right? And our round table will be in Portuguese, but also we have an interpreter here that you can use the headset during the presentation to follow. And also for the online live stream, we will have the closed caption in English for everyone. As the round table is in, all of them is Brazilian, we decided, and also as we have a kind of conversation of the speakers, we decided to do that in Portuguese to facilitate these discussions. And in this panel, that will be mediated by Mr. Sergio Bandeira. Our main plan is to discuss the challenge and the opportunities that we have, and also learn with our colleagues from the biogas, for the biomethane, how we can also leverage and how we can spread it for a broad topic, considering sustainable gases, right? That is in our case, as Julio and also Bran mentioned, in terms of the bio-LPG. So this is the main scope that we have for this round table. And also along the day, we will have the other sessions, the session 2, mainly related with the companies, that a presentation about SHV Energy strategies and also their portfolio. Supergas Brás, that we will launch officially our biofuels area, and also to show why we are doing that in Brazil. And also other companies, for example, Hyzin, talking about their portfolio of bioenergy, and how we can inspire it from someone that are already producing biofuels, and how we can do that considering the challenges and opportunities that we have in our area. And the session 3 will be also to tell us the journey of some companies from the beginning until now, until the commercialization. Rebecca will speak about Daimeta, how was born Daimeta, the journey and the challenge that they have, and also where they are today. And also Sean Simpson from Lanzatech will inspire us how we can have an entrepreneurial spirit to put in place the more sustainable products and biofuels. So this is the main program for today. And after 6:30, we will have a cocktail, of course, to connect all of us. This is one of the main ideas, to put everyone here in person, to try to connect, to change experience, and also meet each other. And why not to get at the end some outcomes, like some new connections and some new opportunities. This is the main idea of this program. And for the second day, we will invite all the universities that we already have some partnerships here and also abroad, and other ones that we are discussing some potential partnership, and others to also inspire us to spread as much as possible our network. So this is sorry to talk a lot about that, but this is the main idea of these 2 days. And of course, the idea is to start with the speech, but not only the speech, but also have questions, have comments, have, feedback of the event and also of the topics that we will launch here during the meeting. Okay? Are we ready with Mr. Fabio? No? So, in order to follow our program, probably we can switch the speech. And I'd like to invite Mr. Anthony Preston to start to talk us for his topic. Okay.
Thank you, Priscilla. Good morning, everybody. Bon dia. My name is Tony Preston. I'm the Deputy Consul General of the UK here in Rio de Janeiro, and I'm also the UK Department for International Trade's Director for Clean Growth and Energy Transition in Latin America and the Caribbean. Can I first offer a big thank you to SHV Energy and to Supergasbras for organising today's event and for the opportunity to speak to you all today. Okay. So I'm going to speak about three broad areas this morning. First of all, I'm going to talk about the current context here in Brazil. After that, I'll talk about the UK's energy transition journey. And then third, I'm going to talk a little bit about existing and hopefully future collaboration between the United Kingdom and Brazil. So first of all, a little bit about the current context here in Brazil. I think it's fair to say that Brazil is a global reference point when it comes to renewable energy. According to the Brazilian Energy Research Office, or EPE, renewable energy represents 48% of the country's total energy mix. And the strategy for the upcoming decade is to focus on expanding the matrix and to ensure energy security for all across the country. A more diverse and competitive renewable matrix aligned with the participation of the private sector is also part of the strategy in order to meet international sustainability goals. And in this sense, several Brazilian government bodies have been promoting sectoral transformations to secure business and regulatory scenarios solid enough to attract investment. And standing here as a representative of the UK government, I'd like to say that Brazil is, I think, fair to say, far further ahead, has far more expertise in the use of bioenergy and biofuels than the UK. So I'm standing here today representing the UK, who very much sees our partnership with Brazil as one of shared learning and experience. We've got a lot to learn from Brazil, we hope, in the coming years. A little bit about COP26. So during COP, the Brazilian government presented a new goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030 and by reaching net zero by 2050. And the UK, as COP president, at least for a few more weeks, really sees this year as the period to turn those commitments, those pledges, into reality. And Brazil has a fundamental role in doing this. Setting out a long-term strategy and implementation plan to net zero is going to be really important at COP27 in Egypt and beyond. And this is only really now just around the corner. So although we are all here today in the Museum of Tomorrow, I think these are very much issues that need to be tackled today. Okay, moving on to a little bit about the UK's own experience. The UK was the first major economy to pass net zero emissions into law. We did this in 2019. And this target requires the UK to bring all greenhouse gas emissions to net zero by 2050. This is one of the most ambitious reduction targets in the world. This is primarily led by the target, but just committing to a target is not enough. Achieving these goals are mandatory in UK law. And the UK government has already made significant progress towards meeting this target. Over the past 30 years, the UK has been at the forefront of the transition to a green economy, demonstrating that economic growth is possible and is aligned with protecting the climate and environment, with our GDP growth of 75%, whilst emissions have fallen by 43%. The UK is developing a leading offer across a whole range of economic and industrial sectors, including renewable energy, zero emissions vehicles, sustainable consumption, infrastructure, and green finance. With these world-leading domestic net zero ambitions, we want to use this, export this across the world to support other countries achieve their net zero and clean growth targets as well. And we're doing this in a number of ways. We're using our independent trade policy to reduce barriers to green trade. We're promoting the UK's green exports overseas, helping deliver green solutions for others. And we are seeking to attract foreign investment to the UK to further build our domestic capability, create a green industrial base, and provide jobs. Much of this is summarised in the UK's 10-point plan for a green industrial revolution, which was launched in 2020. This sets out the foundations for the UK becoming a global leader in green technologies. This aims to bring together investments and funding from the public sector, and also to attract and stimulate investment from companies and the private sector too. We believe that this has the potential to deliver an estimated £42 billion of investment by 2030 across energy, buildings, transport, innovation, the natural environment, etc. And in doing so, we want to position the UK with the first mover advantage of doing this as soon as we possibly can, creating new jobs and also reinvigorating previous industrial heartlands across the country as well. Talking a little bit specifically about energy, we want to generate new clean power with offshore wind farms, nuclear plants, and by investing up to £500 million in new hydrogen technologies. And we want to use this energy to carry on living our lives, running our cars, buses, trucks, trains, ships and planes, and heating our homes while keeping bills low. And importantly to mention, at this time in history of what's going on in Europe, providing the UK with energy security as well. However, action by the UK alone will not be sufficient to avoid catastrophic climate change or to provide that energy and industrial security that we and all countries desire. That wasn't me. I'm not sure if I'm going to be provided with live commentary on what I'm saying, but I'll continue and we'll see how we go. So over the last few years, the UK has been actively working with our friends in Brazil in the energy sector, across government, between our companies, our associations, NGOs, to identify strategies that will accelerate both countries' energy transitions, as well as to try and ensure more equitable societies and respect the needs of all different communities. The UK-Brazil Energy Programme has supported and continues to support the development of Brazil's capacity to adopt and expand the use of renewable energies, such as waste-to-energy, biodiesel, solar and offshore wind, as well as blue and turquoise hydrogen, which will be critical transition energy sources. Between 2019 and 2021, the programme worked with a range of citizens groups and stakeholders to reform the policy and regulatory environment for low-carbon energy and tested the viability of leading-edge technologies to make Brazil greener and more inclusive, and to continue to support global progress. One example is UK Pact, which is on the bottom left of the screen there. This is a flagship programme for the UK government in which we are investing £11.6 billion across a range of countries to support green and energy transitions. One of these key elements is known as the Skills Share, whereby academics and policymakers from the UK work with their partners in a range of countries to support the development of policies and initiatives across the world. So I think, in summary, I think it's fair to say that combining British and Brazilian expertise, combining Brazilian and British pioneering spirit, it's going to give both countries the opportunity to become world leaders in the renewable energy sector and providing energy security for the people in our countries and beyond as well. This collaboration is very much at the top of the UK Department for International Trade's team here in Brazil. The energy sector, of course, in Brazil is a complex one, and the team's focus is very much on subsectors with the highest potential to promote energy transition. So these include offshore wind, hydrogen, CCUS, bioenergy, electrical networks, energy storage, and the decommissioning and decarbonisation of the oil and gas sector. The DIT Energy team works with key companies to champion energy transition, and we work together to try and address issues around market barriers, including at state level, import and export licenses, and clean energy generation. Currently, there are some 200 UK companies operating in Brazil through a combination of having their own facilities, representatives, distributors, or having local Brazilian companies produce their products here in country. The British supply chain is a real pioneer in clean technology, and we think can support Brazil and play an active role here on the path towards decarbonisation. Brazil is rightly already considered a global leader in renewable energy, and we believe that the UK can contribute to this through cutting-edge technology and innovation. So, in summary, this is an urgent conversation, and we are ready and willing to continue to work with Brazil, with the public and private sectors, so that together we can build an increasingly sustainable world. I wish you all a wonderful event today. I think there's a lot to learn and share from each other. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Anthony, for your speech. And to follow our agenda, I would like to invite to stage Mrs. Sarah Quinn to talk us about solving global challenges together, how we can further cooperate in the clean energy transition.
Thank you. I like very much the speech of my predecessor, who ended a little bit with a sentence on the urgency. And to be honest, that's also a little bit of the start of my conversation. So I'm the new Consul General for the Netherlands here in Brazil. I started this 2 months ago, but already I feel the vibe of a lot of things which are going on here in Brazil, and the strong connection it has with also the demands of the world and the demands of things going on in the Netherlands as well. To go back to this urgency, I think that was one of the topics I wanted to start with, because worldwide we face many challenges when it comes to transitioning of new energy sources in order to tackle indeed the climate change, food security, biodiversity loss. The world is really facing major crises. I think my predecessor also talked about it. We are really in a crucial moment of looking for new solutions. The odds are indeed that it will only become more pressing in the coming decades. Why? Because in a sense also humanity has, in its current way of living, it has been quite demanding, and the nature's capacity and the vital resources such as water, energy and food are really also in a sense coming to an end. So we need to be ambitious and have an open mind to find new solutions. Because combined with a rapidly growing population, we face really a planet also in distress. And this is a strategy we cannot keep up with. What we need is really an integrated and sustainable approach that enhances the balance between maintaining resources and maximizes what we take. We need a bit of a system change, not a bit, but we really need a system change, which is quite demanding. The systems for water, energy and food are closely interconnected across sectors and across country borders. And that's what I like of being here, because we are not living within the boundaries of our countries. We are connected in this world. If we don't do this together, we don't achieve the goals we want to achieve for our also future generations. I met a colleague here from SAHV with a kid like mine who is 15. We would really want to have them also in this world and with a future. No sector or government can really rise to this challenge alone. The Netherlands believes in exchanging experience and expertise and building partnerships, and only with that's how we reach the potential success. Tackling a problem as complicated and as urgent as this requires really the working of together, because global challenges call for global collaboration. The Netherlands government is stimulating energy transition with investments, with grants for research, and quite a lot of really investment. And I think you heard also from my colleague from the UK, but I don't see this as a kind of competing approach, because, as I say, if we don't tackle things together, we don't reach our goal. Because also the Netherlands really is very much looking forward and is already working together with Brazil, because only together we solve these huge challenges. The Netherlands and Brazil have been conducting joint research and innovation activities in many areas of societal change, especially in energy transition, including solutions for sustainable fuels. Brazil is a country with large natural resources and decades of experience and knowledge development in biofuels, being a constant counterpart of the Netherlands in more, at the moment, 30 research and development projects. It's not nothing. And those 30 are only the ones focusing on bio-based economy. One great example of energy transition actions is the fact that Dutch companies are way advanced in decarbonizing their production line. By 2030, Dutch industry must emit at least 20 megatons less of CO2. The Netherlands, in a sense, has a unique kind of setting, which also brings a lot of challenges. It is not such a big country in terms of square meters, but it has a very strong energy base, industry basis, and all this industry needs a lot of energy to keep up with the production. So that brings a lot of also extra demands, let's say, than sometimes a vast country where there is space, and because it's very condensed, you could say. It's a really condensed type of country. So the Netherlands possesses many good, solid assets which can help in development of hydrogen as a clean energy carrier. The country can serve as a hydrogen hub to northern Western Europe, and this is due to our strategic location by the North Sea, with our many wind farms, heavy industries, as I say, that also brings the requirement for these new types of energy, as well as an established naval connections. Hydrogen, because of its complexity and innovation nature, comes with its own set of unique challenges that cannot be ignored. Despite those, large-scale production of hydrogen is still a solid, viable solution towards a carbon-neutral future. With a long history of working with natural gas, as you know, the Netherlands has big fields of gas in the north, which we are trying to use less, because it also brings some challenges for the population also and the structure in the north. But it has a very huge infrastructure of gas pipelines, and what that makes it also a potential area to transmit this new energy form through that already established network of gas, both for the Netherlands as well as to the European hinterland. And with this long history of working with natural gas and being the second largest user of hydrogen in Europe, we can translate years of knowledge and experience into developing entire hydrogen value chain. When we think about the potential of also offshore wind projects that are about to unfold here in Brazil, it's important to remember that the Netherlands can also offer specific expertise in planning, installation of large offshore projects, because indeed the Netherlands has been a country with a lot of, in the past, oil and gas companies, also delivering and supporting the big projects of offshore, but that type of knowledge and capabilities is also broader applicable to when we look now to these new forms of energy, and there is a potential for even further cooperation. So shortly, the Netherlands will have ready to apply mature technologies available for export and to cooperate. And going back to the start of what I was talking about, I really want to underline how important it is, and that international cooperation is the heart of this energy transition. The same goes for its widespread application. We are ready to share knowledge, experience, and technology to the mix of solutions contributed to energy transition. As a leading global distributor of off-grid energy, SHV Energy ambitions to replace fossil fuel with sustainable energy sources by 2030 is something that we, as a Dutch government, greatly support. And we are proud that this ambition is already also something which is the basis for the cooperation of SHV and its work here in Brazil as well. That's already, I feel, very strongly in your DNA. The Netherlands is keen to internationally exchange, as I said, knowledge and skill in many areas. And as the energy hub for the Dutch diplomatic network in Brazil, the Consulate General here in Rio is just a click, a phone call away, and we are more than willing to facilitate this cooperation and co-creation of sustainable solutions that tackle the climate change by Dutch and Brazilian stakeholders. And to end up with also a call to really do something. I see that this time is really, I just arrived here two months ago, but I see many debates. And of course, exchange of knowledge and exchange of conversations. But let's not stay in this debate type of level. Let's really make actions and see how we can bundle the knowledge both from Brazil, from the Netherlands, and of course also from the UK and many other countries, because we need each other to really advance and have the future of the 15-year-olds, but of all of us, be protected in the future. Thank you for your time, and I wish you a very fruitful conference.
Thank you, Sarah. So now, following our agenda, we will connect with Mr. Fábio da Silva Vinhado from Ministry of Mines and Energy. So we can put on the screen. And Mr.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, but we couldn't see you yet, Fábio. Just a technical issue here.
Yes. We had some problems since the beginning, but I think now we are able to show the presentation.
Great. The team, yeah. Now you
okay.
are here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I thank you, the organizers, Priscilla and others, to invited me to show a little bit our work. I'll share my presentation in just a moment. Okay? Okay. Thank you again. My presentation, my name is Fábio da Silva Vinhado. I'm Director of Biofuels Department at the Ministry of Mines and Energy. And my presentation is about RenovaBio. I want to show you an overview in this year. As an introduction, I bring a short history and current stage of biofuels in Brazil. Biofuels started in this country in 1975 with the beginning of Proálcool. Proálcool was an important government program that established the use of fuel ethanol and was successful. In 2005, we had the law 11095 that established the use of biodiesel in the Brazilian energy matrix. This law established that in 2008, we had mandatory use of 2% of biodiesel in diesel. And after this, we have increments in this blend, in the blend of biofuel in the fossil fuel. Until 2014, when the law 13033 gave higher blends of biodiesel in diesel, B10, or even higher blends until B15. Law 13576 introduced the RenovaBio, and 2020 was the first year of full operation of RenovaBio. Since the end of 70s, we have volumetric mandates of biofuel in fossil fuels in Brazil. At the moment, in this year, we have E27, or gasoline C. This is gasoline containing 27% of ethanol, and E100, pure ethanol. So, when the consumer goes to the gas station, he can choose between gasoline, C, or E27, or a pure ethanol, E100. And for the diesel vehicles, we are practicing this year B10, 10% of biodiesel in diesel. Brazil is the second largest producer of ethanol in the world. We produced about 30 billion liters last year. And Brazil is the third largest producer of biodiesel in the world. We produced 6.7 billion liters in 2021. Some numbers of the Brazilian industry of biofuels. We have at the moment 356 ethanol plants authorized by ANP, the regulator of the petroleum gas and biofuels. This means a capacity of 132,000 cubic meters per day. For anhydrous ethanol, this anhydrous ethanol is the ethanol that is blended with gasoline to have the E27, and an authorized capacity of 247,000 cubic meters per day of hydrous ethanol. The ethanol that is used pure in the gas station. On biodiesel, we have 57 plants authorized by ANP at the moment, which means a capacity of almost 37,000 cubic meters per day. And we are starting production of biomethane. Biomethane is the renewable natural gas. This is the purified biogas, and this is the biogas that is purified to achieve more than 90% of methane content to achieve the complete interchangeable with natural gas. We have until this moment 5 plants, but we have a projection to increase in the next 5 years the number of plants in Brazil. At the moment we have almost 309,000 normal cubic meters per day. RenovaBio. RenovaBio is the national biofuels policy implemented through law 13576 of 2017 with the main objective to promote the expansion of the production use of biofuels in Brazil's transportation matrix. The idea is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by the use of biofuels replacing fossil fuels. One of the main instruments of the policy is the CBIO. CBIO is the environmental active of the RenovaBio. CBIO is equivalent to 1 ton of carbon dioxide that is avoided into the atmosphere by the use of biofuels replacing the corresponding fossil fuels. The CBIO is traded by the biofuel producers in the Brazilian stock exchange market. Here, we need to remember that the biofuel producers certify voluntarily, they certify the production. The certification measures the greenhouse gas emissions since the agriculture step until the final use of the biofuel. And the fuel distributors, they are the obligated part of the program. If the biofuel producers, they issue CBIO after the certification, the fuel distributors, they must buy CBIO in order to comply their individual targets. The program, RenovaBio, was the first regulated carbon market in Brazil. And here I bring some results of the program in the last year and in this year. In the last year we had CBIOs issued by the biofuel producers, plus the stock, 34.8 million of CBIOs. The target last year was 24.86 million. The amount of CBIOs traded was almost 30 million CBIOs, and the quantity retired was 24.4. The average price along the year was about $7, 1 CBIO for $7. This gave the financial volume of $206 million during the year. For this present year, 2022, of course the results are partial. I brought the results until last week, 6 October. CBIOs issued plus stock 34.4 million for a target, the global target, of 35.98 million. Of course, this target is shared between all the distributors. The CBIOs traded until now in this year was 28.9, but the price increased very much this year. The average price until now is about $22 for 1 CBIO, which gives the financial volume of more than 600 million until now. After some numbers of the program until now, I show the certification, some information about the certification. The certification, as I told you, is voluntary. The biofuel producers, they don't need to certify. But until now, 75% of the units, considering ethanol producers, biodiesel producers, and biomethane producers, are already certified in the program. So, the producers, when certify the process, they use a tool called RenovaCalc. The RenovaCalc brings model and emission factors based on life cycle assessment, the international modality, an international LCA is an international standard to measure greenhouse gases, and the calculator brings input of agricultural data and industry data. So the greenhouse gas emissions are measured since the agriculture step until the final use of the biofuel. Each producer is evaluated individually. So after the process, there is a grade of the production. The producer receives the RenovaCalc gives the carbon intensity of the production. So we have at this point the carbon intensity of the biofuel. For example, considering ethanol, after the certification using the RenovaCalc, we have a carbon intensity of ethanol for that producer. This is compared with the standard carbon intensity of gasoline. The difference between the carbon intensity of ethanol of that producer and the standard of gasoline, this difference is the energy and environmental efficiency rating. As high this difference is better. I can show here the carbon intensities for ethanol, biodiesel, and biomethane until the moment. So we have, at the moment, more than 270 units of ethanol already certified, and the average of carbon intensity is 27. For biodiesel, we have until now 32 plants certified in a total of 57, and the average of carbon intensity is 20.3. And for biomethane, we have 3 plants already certified in a total of 5 authorized, and the carbon intensity is very, very low, 9.3. So, if we have 3 biofuels produced in Brazil, and they are certified in the program RenovaBio, we can have other biofuels being produced, and RenovaBio can be an important tool to stimulate new roads, new biofuels. As an example, I bring in this slide perspective for new roads, and for this I bring data from Low Carbon Fuel Standard. The Low Carbon Fuel Standard is a decarbonization program that has some similarities with RenovaBio. This is a program of California in USA. And to give an idea of the potential to use programs like RenovaBio or LCFS to stimulate the production of new products, I bring the case of biopropane or bio-LPG. In this table, we can see data of the road certified in the LCFS program. In the same line, we can see LPG fossil from crude oil refining. And the carbon intensity is 83.19. For renewable propane produced in Louisiana, using some conditions, for example, distillated corn oil, natural gas, grid electricity, we have the carbon intensity 33. When the same facility change some steps in the production, the carbon intensity is better, decreasing to 26. And in another case, in the same facility, they achieve 20.5. So this difference is high. This means that we are able in this program to generate many carbon credits. in comparison with RenovaBio. So my idea here was to bring you the potential of the decarbonization program to stimulate these new products. This year, we are having an increase of the CBU prices. This graph shows this evolution along the year. We started the year with the price about 50 reais, and the price was increasing until in March to stabilize in about 100 reais. But in June, the prices increased very fast, achieving more than 200 reais for one CBU. So it published the Decree 11-141 that expanded the deadline for the distributors to meet their individual targets. With these actions, the price decreases until about 92 reais. So, we can see in this slide some main events of the program RenovaBio in 2022. The CBU price fast wave, the increase that I showed in the previous slides. This very high price of the CBU, we had some impact in the fuel prices of diesel and gasoline. At the same time, we started an investigation of purchase and sale operations to avoid any possibility of manipulation. And the government established the extension of the deadline for meeting the targets, as I told you in the previous slides, through the Decree 11-141. And in this context, we started a discussion with all agents of proposals to improve the program, because the program is very important. It's the first regulated carbon market program. We are, at the same time, we are stimulating the use of biofuels and other biofuels beyond ethanol, biodiesel, and biomethane. But we need some improves. Some points of discussions are the financial regulation by Securities Commission, CVM in Brazil, the possibility to change the obligated part from the distributor to the fossil fuel supplier, refiner and importer, and how to expand CBU offer, how to include new routes of production in the program, and how to increase efficiency in the RenovaCap. These points are under discussion at the moment with the market. We are discussing with biofuel producers, fossil fuel producers, financial institutions, distributors, and others. And going to the final remarks, RenovaBio is a state policy. It is the first regulated carbon market in Brazil. Very important to stimulate our biofuels more and more. And due to the importance of RenovaBio, improvements began to be discussed with the market. And RenovaBio is an important tool to stimulate the production of new biofuels. For example, green diesel and bio-LPG, as I showed in this presentation. My contacts, phone and email, and thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Fabio, for this great presentation. So now follow our agenda again. We will follow for the round table. For this session, as I told you, we will follow in Portuguese. So if someone needs a translation to English, feel free to ask for the headset. Okay. So to start, I'd like to invite to the stage Mr. Sergio Bandeira, our mediator for this session. Mr. Roberto Ardenghi from IBP. Mr. Daniel Vieira Maia, from National Agency of Natural Gas and Biofuels. And Mr. Gabriel Kropsch from Abiogas. And for this session, please next slide. We can also open for questions using the Menti app. So we can use the QR code for the next slide, guys, please. This is the QR code that you can scan or also use the code to ask for questions and also to help Sergio to feed and increase our discussions during this roundtable. Thank you, Sergio.
Bom dia a todos. Agora nós vamos para a parte em português. Primeiro, agradecer à organização por ter inicialmente me falaram que seria um evento todo em inglês, e eu brinquei muito com a Priscila, com o Ricardo, que estavam me convidando. Eu falei assim, em inglês tudo bem, mas para bio-LPG em inglês ao mesmo tempo seria um pouco demais para mim. Mas, de qualquer forma, estamos aqui juntos. Agradeço muito pela oportunidade, queria agradecer a presença aqui dos colegas dessa mesa. Primeiro, eu fico muito feliz de a gente estar discutindo esse tema de sustentabilidade, de energias renováveis no GLP. Eu estou há muitos anos na associação, no Sindigás, e sempre a gente teve uma visão por parte de governo, a Ardem, que se lembra disso na época que estava na ANP, de pouca agenda propositiva. Então, para mim, me sinto muito bem de nós estarmos aqui sentados com não só com as agendas propositivas que nós temos atualmente na área de infraestrutura e abastecimento, como também nas questões sociais, nas questões de visão do consumidor e segurança, mas também nas questões ambientais, e aqui agora com essa questão do BioGLP. Devo dizer, da minha parte, com relação ao BioGLP, me assustava um pouco. Há 5 anos atrás, quando conversávamos sobre o BioGLP, eu via como um assunto de laboratório, eu via pipetas e provetas, e eu tinha um pouco de dificuldade de imaginar isso se realizando e se transformando em algo efetivamente comercial, né? Então, acompanhava a biogás, os debates da biogás e a velocidade com que as coisas tomavam na biogás e o espaço conquistado no debate pela biogás, e ficava interessante, eles estão marchando numa... E aqui vou fazer algumas perguntas a você também, Gabriel, provocar um pouco. E ficava contente de ver e falava, bem, como é que a gente vai encaixar essa questão do BioGLP nesse debate, e que papel o Brasil vai ter, e que papel que as nossas empresas vão ter. Eu fico feliz das participações anteriores, tanto da questão da Grã-Bretanha como a posição da Holanda. Acho que o Brasil tem um papel importante, desafiante aqui, até mesmo como potencial supridor das necessidades desses combustíveis, principalmente do BioGLP, pela facilidade de transporte. A gente sempre tem essa característica do butano e propano de poder ser transportado a pressões baixas, e isso diminui as questões de custo de transporte desse produto. Então, acho que a gente tem aqui no Brasil grandes oportunidades, né? Então, agradecer a Supergás Brasil, agradecer as demais companhias que também são associadas ao Sindigás por estarem aqui também presentes, e que esse debate efetivamente vá tomando cada vez mais espaço na nossa agenda. Acho que, assim, as coisas que eu tenho aqui para colocar um pouco de provocação, e eu começaria colocando assim, acho que a gente tem uma etapa hoje do BioGLP, um debate que ainda está muito dentro das empresas, dentro das universidades, mas, indiscutivelmente, vendo a apresentação que o Fábio fez, nós vamos precisar de alguma coisa, colocar isso um pouco mais claro na agenda regulatória, de alguma forma, né? Então, assim, colocaria, diretor Daniel, uma provocação, uma ideia aqui de como seria possível a gente pensar mais à frente no BioGLP, como seria possível a gente colocar na agenda regulatória o debate do BioGLP, pensando em a gente ter amanhã ou depois um GLP 2%, 3%, 5%, 10%, alguma forma que pudesse ser uma escalada na participação, ou se nós vamos tratar esse produto, pensarmos juntos ou se nós vamos tratar esse produto como um produto de nicho de mercado, né? Mas principalmente uma questão que eu acho que vai ser um desafio importante, e para a questão de qualidade, inclusive, uma questão de certificação e rastreabilidade, porque, na verdade, a molécula de butano e propano é exatamente a mesma, né? No momento, depois de produzido, nós vamos ter que ter uma rastreabilidade de onde ela veio, para que a gente possa certificar esse produto, né? E também pensarmos depois em algo que chegue ao nível de um RenovaBio em termos de certificação e possibilidade. Então, só para colocar essa mesa funcionando, eu gostaria de passar a palavra aqui à ANP e deixar essa ideia da gente pensar um pouco de como que a gente pode incluir o GLP, o BioGLP, num debate de agenda regulatória da agência. Obrigado.
Obrigado, Sérgio. Antes de mais nada, gostaria de agradecer imensamente pelo convite, a organização SHB, a Super Gás Brás pelo convite. É uma grande satisfação para a agência poder fazer parte aqui desse evento, não só desse, como qualquer evento em que tem agentes econômicos de grande porte e fundamentais para o nosso país, em termos de abastecimento, investimentos. É uma grande satisfação contar com representantes do governo, dos governos aqui presentes, da Grã-Bretanha, da Holanda, sem dúvida nenhuma, Mr. Preston. Os 10-point plans é de fato mundial, não só nacional, mas certamente mundial, e é muito bom ver que o Brasil está muito alinhado com o que em relação a esses pontos. A Agência Nacional de Petróleo, Gás Natural e Biocombustíveis está de portas abertas, sempre estará para dialogar e entender bem as demandas das empresas, dos diversos agentes de seus países que já aqui atuam e são sempre muito bem-vindos, fundamental para o nosso país também. Tem não só as 200 empresas que atuam da Grã-Bretanha e também da Holanda, mas há grandes players aqui presentes no país e instigando o desenvolvimento nacional da nossa indústria, garantindo abastecimento também. Então é sempre uma grande satisfação contar com presenças de governos, representantes de governos internacionais aqui nesses debates. Por favor, vão até a agência, serão muito bem-vindos. O senhor comentou, Mr. Preston, da complexidade do setor de energia no Brasil e tenha certeza, no que diz respeito à ANP, o nosso dever é tornar tudo isso menos complexo, mais ágil, mais simples de entender, para que a gente consiga ter uma facilidade na competição. E esse é um dos principais papéis da agência reguladora. Sérgio, tem muito tema aqui para discutir. É fantástico verificar a conexão que esse tema traz com diversos outros setores, seja o setor de transporte, de energia elétrica. A gente vive no mundo duas grandes transformações, são fundamentais para a sociedade, em termos de eficiência, seja transformação digital. Enquanto o Brasil hoje vive a expectativa de um 5G, o mundo já está no 6, 7. E na transformação energética é um orgulho ver que o Brasil está muito bem, né? Não só em relação à própria transição, mas também em relação à segurança energética, que é talvez um tema que historicamente sempre foi relevante, talvez no mundo atual é um dos principais. Obviamente, a discussão da segurança energética traz uma nova visão para o tema da transição energética. E deixa claro que essa transição ela terá que estar associada à segurança energética. Não só aspectos econômicos, mas também à segurança energética, que vai se dar nos diferentes países, levando em conta as suas diversas vantagens comparativas, e o Brasil tem grandes vantagens comparativas no que diz respeito à transição e segurança energética. Assunto que, por exemplo, no setor elétrico nacional é recorrente, né? Não ardengue. O que se fala hoje no setor de energia elétrica, por exemplo, com uma grande margem de energia renovável, hidráulicas, eólicas, solares, é bastante discutido já há um bom tempo com a redução de usinas hidrelétricas com reservatórios, a necessidade de haver segurança energética, essa segurança ser por meio de termoelétrica, sobretudo a gás natural. E no nosso setor de combustíveis, esse tema no Brasil é fantástico. O Brasil tem 46%, 48% da matriz energética renovável, enquanto que no mundo nós temos algo em torno de 14%, 15%. A matriz de transporte nacional é cerca de 30% renovável, algo extremamente fantástico. O etanol, como o Fábio, espero que o Fábio esteja aqui para entrar no assunto que você perguntou, que é exatamente o locus adequado para responder essa sua pergunta, né, Ardem? O etanol, o biodiesel, né, representam importantes contribuições para a nossa matriz renovável. Hoje nós temos no nosso país 80% dos veículos leves comercializados por ano como flex, podendo utilizar as opções colocadas pelo Fábio aqui, a gasolina ou etanol. Em muitas cidades do país, o GNV também é uma realidade importante, inclusive sob o aspecto não só ambiental, mas também econômico. Como grande produtor mundial de biodiesel, biodiesel e etanol, como colocado pelo Fábio, eu diria que a grande oportunidade para o país está associada ao etanol do milho. Temos hoje somente 10 plantas, é um grande potencial de crescimento. Na entre-safra, o etanol do milho já é responsável por 50% da nossa produção. Então, é substancial os benefícios, e esse talvez seja uma grande fronteira do etanol a ser explorada no nosso país. O RenovaBio, a política que foi aqui apresentada, traz incentivos consideráveis para a política de combustíveis renováveis no Brasil, redução de emissões. Esse incentivo, grande potencial econômico, não apenas para os produtores, mas também, talvez, e esse seja o grande benefício dessa política, e talvez a ser explorada, Fábio, se nos ouve, é exatamente o incentivo à comercialização desse combustível. Talvez esse seja o grande desafio. Gerar incentivos para que reduza a comercialização de fóssil, incentive a comercialização de renováveis, ao invés de apenas gerar o incentivo para a produção a partir de um mandato pré-fixado. E, nesse sentido, na política de RenovaBio, a agência tem dado algumas importantes contribuições, não apenas no nosso papel, que claramente muitos já conhecem, mas nesse último ano estamos discutindo benefícios para contratos de longo prazo celebrados com produtores de etanol e biodiesel, benefícios em relação à meta a ser alcançada, quer dizer, trazendo algum incentivo para a celebração de contratos de mais longo prazo, isso em benefício do consumidor e talvez da eficiência de preços. Uma regulação técnica específica para a cadeia de custódia de grãos, que é fundamental para melhorar aquela nota de eficiência energética. Então, conseguimos trabalhar no regulamento técnico sobre isso, acreditamos que isso vai trazer um melhor incentivo para os produtores. Uma discussão que é muito sensível para o mercado nacional, sabemos disso, mas isso diz respeito ao CNPE e nós precisamos regulamentar, que diz respeito à importação do biodiesel e, eventualmente, os CBIOS para o importador também. É um grande desafio, porque, como vimos, a certificação dessas plantas no Brasil perpassa toda uma análise a respeito da eficiência. Como fazer isso em plantas em outros países, isso é um grande desafio. Temos ido visitar plantas em outros países, principalmente nos Estados Unidos, que é o principal produtor, para conhecer como funcionam essas plantas lá. Mas esse é um tema que a agência vem se dedicando ativamente. Mas eu diria que talvez o core business da agência de toda essa discussão seja em relação à qualidade dos produtos, né? Uma das grandes vertentes da atuação da agência é relacionada à especificação da qualidade de produtos. E um grande desafio para a gente é sempre especificar produtos novos, ou minimamente em caráter experimental, liberar a comercialização de produtos que nem mesmo a agência ainda sabe com profundidade os aspectos técnicos em relação ao impacto para os consumidores, para as máquinas e para os equipamentos. E daí a grande necessidade da agência estar próximo da academia, da indústria, para perceber as inovações e novas tecnologias e dar passos importantes para que isso prospere, mesmo que, num primeiro momento, em bases ainda não comerciais, mas experimentais, e acreditamos também que a agência vem entregando bons serviços nesse caminho. Diversos novos combustíveis avançados, temos feito diversos regulamentos para fases experimentais, autorizando comercializações específicas de testes, e acredito que nesse quesito a agência tem feito bom caminho. E é nessa linha, Sérgio, que adentro na questão do BioGLP. Sem dúvida nenhuma, o principal agente é o agente econômico. Perceber isso como um produto monetizável, comercializável, em que traz bons retornos, e isso entra no portfólio da indústria que faz sentido para ela. Do ponto de vista regulatório, a especificação desse produto é sim um aspecto bastante relevante, não só para viabilizar, mas atender o consumidor com qualidade. E é nesse sentido que a agência pode sim dar boas contribuições, de perceber a fase em que estamos, a necessidade de uma regulamentação específica da qualidade, como falei, mesmo que num primeiro momento em fase experimental e está perto da academia. Esse, sem dúvida nenhuma, talvez seja o grande benefício que a agência possa dar. E somos exitosos em especificar a qualidade de produto. Se verificarmos hoje os resultados do Programa de Monitoramento de Qualidade de Combustíveis no Brasil, um programa liderado pela agência reguladora, verificamos que a gente tem excelentes índices de conformidade dos nossos combustíveis. Cerca de 98% dos nossos combustíveis estão em conformidade com o regulamento técnico da agência. Talvez as principais não conformidades sejam decorrentes de aspectos de custo-preço, que é exatamente a não conformidade no percentual da mistura, seja da gasolina C, seja do diesel. E aí o impacto no custo, talvez ajustes tributários importantes para trazer mais competitividade nessa composição, talvez novos combustíveis, possa ser também alguma saída, mas reforço, nesse aspecto, trago o Fábio para a mesa, para nos auxiliar em soluções de políticas públicas, que aí sim é onde a gente tem que tratar muito bem do tema. Um aspecto importante também é o novo programa de monitoramento do biodiesel. Então, a gente faz a nossa proposta com esse programa é monitorar esse combustível na fase anterior, antes da mistura, e tenho certeza que isso para fins até de pesquisa da própria agência. Acho que teremos aí bons resultados, mas tudo isso também é fruto da grande distâncias no nosso país, climas muito diferentes entre as regiões. Entregar esse produto em diversas partes do país com o mesmo nível de qualidade é um grande desafio para os produtores e distribuidores, porém a agência está atenta porque isso afeta diretamente a qualidade do combustível para os consumidores. Em relação às grandes oportunidades, para além do GLP, do BioGLP, eu acredito que também a agência já vem entregando bons resultados, com especificações e programas de controle de qualidade do diesel verde, sobretudo o HVO, dos combustíveis alternativos de aviação, na vertente da SAF, tenho feito diversas cooperações internacionais fantásticas com diversos países, organismos multilaterais, para a gente estar up-to-date em relação à agenda regulatória no mundo e como o Brasil deve absorver essa agenda regulatória. O hidrogênio, recentemente regulamentado o Programa Nacional pelo Ministério de Minas e Energia, a agência está ativamente participando dos fóruns relacionados a isso. Foi mencionado, um dos principais pontos dos 10 points é o offshore para o wind power, né, a geração eólica. A agência, recentemente, no início do mês, fez um grande seminário com a AB Eólica para discutir o papel das empresas de exploração e produção de hidrocarbonetos na geração eólica offshore. A agência tem trabalhado regulamentação de cláusulas contratuais relacionadas à pesquisa e desenvolvimento que possa financiar esse tipo de atividade, dando uma maior clareza para que empresas de AIP possam investir nessas áreas, inclusive de transição energética, inclusive programas de redução de pegada de carbono no segmento de AIP. Então, a agência tem tentado avançar bastante com maior clareza da regulação para que haja investimento dessas empresas nesses setores. Eu diria que eu não quero, ou seja, assim, avançar na fala dos meus colegas, tenho muito aqui a falar, assim, é fantástico, mas tem um aspecto que é muito importante também, aqui pensando para além de ANP e Ministério. Pensar na eficiência da logística nacional é algo muito importante. E me parece que temos conseguido avançar em programas, concessões, renovações ferroviárias, que é um aspecto super importante para a logística nacional, redução de custos e também de emissões. Combustíveis para navios, também combustíveis renovados, algo que é uma fronteira que está, né, sendo bastante discutida, mas há muito o que aperfeiçoar. E diria, Sérgio, que, na verdade, e aqui para concluir essa minha fala inicial, espero, o papel da agência, como eu mencionei, e aqui eu reforço, é ter a clareza de que o passo a ser dado é do agente econômico, é do investidor. E vir até a agência e dizer, olha, há aspectos que precisam ser mexidos, que precisam ser aperfeiçoados para que prosperemos, esse é o nosso dever. E aqui estamos exatamente para ouvir quais são as portas que precisam ser abertas, as janelas que precisam ser abertas, outras que precisam ser fechadas para que conseguimos dar os passos necessários. Estávamos conversando sobre isso há pouco com relação ao GLP, não o bio-GLP, mas o próprio GLP no abastecimento do Nordeste, a discussão sobre navios cisternas, terminais, o tanto que isso é super complexo e qual é o papel da agência em tentar gerar incentivos adequados para que a gente tenha competição, contestação de preços e abastecimento do mercado. Então, digo, esse é o principal papel da agência, talvez mais absorver as demandas do que gerar demanda. E aqui fico aberto. Sobre GLP, sendo bastante objetivo, especificação do produto é o nosso papel principal, participando ativamente junto com a academia e com a indústria. Em relação a formas de incentivo, seja no âmbito de um programa do Renova Bio, seja mandatos específicos, da parte da agência, o que queremos estar preparado para implementar a política escolhida pelo Executivo. Enfrentamos um pouco disso hoje em relação ao coprocessado, algo bastante novo, como certificar que aquela parcela não renovável presente naquele diesel de fato, parcela renovável de fato renovável, da onde vem aquilo, é um grande desafio para a agência, pensando no método que hoje nós usamos para fazer nossas fiscalizações. Não será novidade em relação ao BioGLP, se assim for inserido no mandato, mas será o nosso papel, o nosso dever, estamos preparados se esse for o caminho da política energética. Mas, muito obrigado, Ardengue, fico aqui escutando e aprendendo com vocês.
Daniel, muito obrigado. Certamente nós vamos procurar para conversar um pouco sobre especificação e origem do produto. Acho que é uma conversa. A ideia é colocar na mesa o debate. Acho que a gente está chegando a um estágio de debate do BioGLP, que ele deixou de ser, como eu falei, uma brincadeira de laboratório, começou a estar entrando na fase comercial. Eu acho que tem que começar a conversar sobre especificação e origem e como também desafio sobre a questão de certificação, incentivos, etc., e buscar junto ao Ministério de Minas e Energia, CNPE, ou seja, formuladores de política pública, efetivamente, vamos certamente trabalhar juntos. E parabéns pelo trabalho à frente da ANP, parabéns à equipe técnica da ANP pelo trabalho que é realmente fantástico aqui no Brasil, uma referência. Eu estou muito curioso de conversar tanto com a Ardengue como com o Gabriel aqui. Vou passar, Ardengue, eu vou passar para você primeiro, Ardengue. Assim, você acabou de sobreviver a Rio Oil & Gas, né? Primeiro, parabéns ao IBP e a você como presidente do IBP pela realização desse pequeno evento, aqui do lado, pequenininho, né? Um evento muito pequeno, 58 mil pessoas presentes, uma coisa praticamente nada, né? Uns diazinhos só de pouco trabalho, mas parabéns. E assim, falando um pouco sobre Rio Oil & Gas, assim, queria escutar de você um pouco o espaço dos renováveis e da energia sustentável nesse debate da Rio Oil & Gas. Vocês estão falando do Oil & Gas, mas o espaço que vocês tiveram, tanto tocado pelo IBP, como também pelos majors, por todos que tiveram presentes no debate, e pegando também, não posso deixar de pegar, nós nos conhecemos há algum tempo atrás, nós não tínhamos franja, mas já fazem alguns anos, e você é uma pessoa que de dentro da Agência Nacional do Petróleo, na sua vida toda, junto a esse setor de combustíveis, sempre viveu essa questão dos biocombustíveis também, né? E aí também colocar para você um pouco desse debate de como você vê a necessidade de incentivos, tecnologias, etc., para que os biocombustíveis sejam, quanto que eles têm que estar na agenda de Estado, na agenda de governo, para que eles possam ser exitosos. E estou curioso, Gabriel, já vou chegar em você, mas estamos chegando lá. Eu queria primeiro ouvir aqui um pouco, Ardengue, dessa experiência da recém-encerrada Rio Oil and Gas e da sua sobrevivência a essa aventura.
Bom dia a todos, obrigado, Sérgio, um prazer, eu queria cumprimentar aí os membros do painel, cumprimentar também a Supergabras aí, na pessoa do Júlio Cardoso aí, inclusive membro do nosso Conselho de Administração, ativo membro do nosso Conselho de Administração do IBP, pelo convite, a SHV também, o Grupo SHV, pela ineditismo também desse debate. Eu também, Sérgio, como você, levei, não um susto, mas eu fiquei surpreso com o convite, que eu disse, opa, esse assunto agora está chegando, né? Mais um no segmento de GLP. Então, eu acho que essa discussão aqui é absolutamente importante, ela é uma discussão muito... no momento que nós estamos fazendo esse debate todo no Brasil, o Sérgio mencionou aí a Rio Oil and Gas a semana passada, foi um evento realmente que nos surpreendeu, e não só pela quantidade de público, pela presença maciça de líderes da indústria e de participantes, mas também pela questão do que foi debatido, pelo conteúdo, né, das discussões. E aí a gente vê também que tanto o Brasil quanto o mundo estão com esse tema dos biocombustíveis, da sustentabilidade no topo da agenda, né? Então, isso aí, acho que a oportunidade desse debate e desse evento vem um pouco nesse contexto da gente colocar agora dentro do segmento de GLP, que é tão importante para a economia brasileira, que tem um significado, né, absolutamente estratégico dentro do Brasil, né, colocarmos um pouco esse debate da sustentabilidade e dos combustíveis renováveis. Aí a visão que eu trago um pouco como representante do segmento de exploração e produção, de refino, de distribuição de combustíveis, que esse é o segmento que nós representamos, né, dentro do IBP, nós somos 15% do PIB industrial brasileiro, né? Vamos criar aí nos próximos 10 anos 500 mil empregos, né? Então, é uma nota de cautela, né? Por que é de cautela? Porque eu acho que o que aconteceu na Europa e o que está acontecendo na Europa, e nós estamos entrando no inverno europeu, onde isso vai ficar talvez um pouco mais dramático, né? É exatamente a sensibilidade que o setor de energia tem no dia a dia das pessoas, né? Mal ou bem, nós criamos um modelo de vida, né, que é um modelo de vida sustentado pelo uso maciço, né, e importante dos combustíveis fósseis, que hoje respondem por 80% da geração de energia no mundo, né? O Brasil tem uma situação mais favorecida, que nós temos 43% da nossa matriz energética renovável, 83% da nossa geração elétrica é renovável, mas nós somos um ponto absolutamente fora da curva, né? A gente não pode querer usar o Brasil como modelo internacional, porque a grande maioria dos países, né, os números são absolutamente diferentes. E isso aí reflete um pouco na sensibilidade, né, desse tema, né? As pessoas que vivem na Europa, elas não podem se colocar numa situação de chegar no final do dia na sua casa e não ter o aquecimento funcionando, não ter o fogão para conseguir fazer a cocção do seu alimento, não ter o seu carro com combustível necessário para a sua movimentação. Então, eu digo isso porque a questão do custo dessas tecnologias tem que estar na base de toda a discussão. Eu vejo hoje muita discussão relacionada a energias renováveis, que são positivas, importantes, mas eu acho que a gente ainda está se dedicando pouco tempo para ver exatamente qual é o custo desse elemento sustentável no orçamento doméstico. O GLP chega em quantos lares brasileiros? 80%? 90%? 91%. Eu não preciso falar para vocês aqui, que são especialistas no tema, da sensibilidade até política que existe, né, com relação ao preço do GLP, até maior do que a questão da gasolina, do diesel, né? É uma sensibilidade gigantesca. O Sérgio, que acompanha esse assunto há muitos anos, sabe muito bem do que eu estou falando, né? E como isso é sensível, né? Junto aos stakeholders, junto aos grupos de interesse, né? Junto à preocupação da ANP e dos órgãos reguladores. Então, toda alternativa que a gente se propõe a incluir na matriz energética brasileira, né, e do mundo, ela tem que ser levada em consideração também com relação à questão do preço. Porque hoje a gente fala muito em segurança energética. Hoje de manhã eu estava vendo um artigo até falando sobre os últimos acontecimentos lá do conflito entre a Rússia e a Ucrânia, e aí se fala também no conceito de soberania energética, coisa que estava um pouquinho atrasada, e hoje os países estão muito se olhando para dentro e digam quão dependente eu sou de uma fonte externa para sustentar energeticamente o meu país, né? Então, eu acho que esse elemento aí é um elemento importante. E aí, a tecnologia ela é sensacional, e eu acho que não existe setor no mundo que tenha assim, uma vocação mais tecnológica do que o setor dos hidrocarbonetos, né? Então, eu acho que a gente tem que pensar um pouco mais também na questão da descarbonização do que a gente faz, diminuir, vamos dizer, a emissão, né, de gás de efeito estufa, principalmente de metano e de CO2, dentro das nossas correntes de produção de combustíveis, inclusive do GLP, né? Porque o mundo descarbonizado não vai ser um mundo sem hidrocarbonetos, né? Ele vai ser um mundo onde o hidrocarboneto vai ter um papel ainda importante, porque ele vai continuar sendo um produto que será muito importante no futuro da humanidade. 80% do que vocês veem aqui em volta de vocês, o piso onde vocês estão pisando, a cadeira onde vocês estão sentados, a luz que está nos alimentando ali, ela, de alguma maneira, ela tem uma participação dessa indústria. Então, como eu digo, é um modelo de vida que nós vamos ter que, pouco a pouco, né, fazendo uma transição, mas uma transição com muito cuidado, uma transição com muita atenção, para que a gente não gere uma coisa que talvez aí nos afeta muito como Brasil, que é o conceito da pobreza energética, né? Na medida que você vai trazendo tecnologias muito mais renováveis, muito mais, vamos dizer assim, importantes dentro desse conceito de transição energética, você vai também, talvez, encarecendo aquela energia. Hoje, na África, existem 500 milhões de pessoas que não têm acesso a nenhum tipo de energia. Nenhum tipo de energia. A pessoa não tem uma lâmpada em casa para iluminar a sua noite. Não tem um fogão, não tem uma geladeira, não tem um computador, não tem nada. Então, essas pessoas elas estão ainda numa situação de pré-transição energética. Então, o que nós vamos fazer com essas populações? Eu falo da África, mas isso acontece na Ásia, isso acontece na América Latina, em vários continentes. Então, o cuidado que nós temos que ter é esse cuidado de você fazer uma transição energética que seja modular, ou seja, você vai manter um processo de descarbonização do que você faz hoje, e aí, Daniel, tem toda essa discussão relacionada à questão dessa segunda geração, vamos dizer assim, dos combustíveis renováveis, né? O etanol, por exemplo, está agora nessa discussão enorme sobre essa rota celulósica, né? Onde você pode produzir a mesma quantidade de 30% mais etanol usando a mesma matéria-prima. Nós temos uma discussão enorme dentro do setor de óleo e gás, que é o HVO, né? O coprocessamento do óleo vegetal dentro de uma refinaria, né? Hoje nós estamos fazendo um processo de venda de várias plantas de refino no Brasil. O Brasil hoje está abrindo o seu mercado, a Petrobras assinou um acordo com o Conselho Administrativo de Defesa Econômica para vender 50% da sua capacidade de refino, abrindo oportunidade para outras empresas virem refinar no Brasil, né? E esse parque de refino ele será muito mais valorizado e mais importante se nós pensarmos no que a gente chama hoje do biorefino, né? Do refino de segunda geração, na qual você começa a colocar dentro dos parques de refino não apenas mais o próprio petróleo, que era a matéria-prima praticamente única de uma refinaria, mas também o óleo vegetal, mas também alguns resíduos vegetais, biomassa em geral, gerando essa oportunidade e aí produzindo já o próprio GLP, como você pode produzir o diesel, como você pode produzir o SAF, né, o Sustainable Aviation Fuel, que está tão na moda hoje, usando o parque existente, ou seja, fazendo com que a gente possa fazer melhor o que a gente faz hoje. A eficiência energética hoje, a eficiência do que a gente faz é muito baixa. De 3 carbonos que a gente produz hoje nas plantas industriais, a gente usa apenas 1. 2 moléculas de carbono são perdidas no processo. Vejam a ineficiência do que a gente faz hoje. Né? Então, olhar um pouquinho também para a maneira como a gente está fazendo as coisas. Então, eu vejo essa discussão com um tripé. O tripé da entrada das novas tecnologias e dessas tecnologias renováveis, o tripé da descarbonização e da eficiência energética, e o tripé também, que não pode ser esquecido, dos hábitos de consumo. A gente, infelizmente, nós nos acostumamos, nós ficamos muito viciados, né, nessa energia extremamente barata, acessível, que está ali disposta a todo o tempo. Né? Então, isso fez com que a gente desenvolvesse hábitos de consumo totalmente incompatíveis com o que hoje a gente pode imaginar como o futuro da humanidade. Né? Então, acho que esse terceiro tripé também tem que ser colocado. E esse é o mais difícil de todos. Né? Os 2 primeiros, eles até são fáceis, mas quando você fala em mudar hábito de consumo das pessoas, que a pessoa tem que reduzir um pouco a sua calefação na Europa, tem que diminuir um pouquinho também a temperatura do seu ar, aumentar um pouco a temperatura do seu ar-condicionado aqui no Brasil, em vez de botar em 22, 23, botar em 25, 26 graus, já fará uma diferença enorme no consumo de energia. Tudo isso é muito difícil, porque a gente se acostumou a um modelo muito antigo e talvez muito insustentável. Né? Então, acho que essa era um pouco os meus comentários assim, para a gente trazer para o debate. Obrigado.
Obrigado, Ardenga. Excelentes provocações. Acho que a primeira coisa que eu faço comentário com relação ao que você falou, a gente fala muito em transição energética, na verdade existem transições energéticas que variam de economias para economias, de combustíveis para combustíveis. Concordo absolutamente também quando a gente fala em GLP, um dos debates principais que a gente tem dentro do Sindigás é a questão da pobreza energética. Quando você falou de África, nós temos uma situação, talvez para muitos aqui não conhecida, 26% da matriz energética residencial brasileira é lenha. Né? Então, ou seja, na verdade, assim, nós temos um desafio enorme de ampliar acesso a essas pessoas para que possam ter. Acreditamos, na verdade, no Sindigás, a gente acredita que é muito menos um problema de precificação do produto e muito mais um problema de distribuição de renda ou de programas sociais destinados a essas pessoas menos favorecidas. E concordo plenamente, assim, o bio-GLP ou qualquer outra energia renovável, ela tem que entrar no jogo se ela tiver economicidade. Nós somos talvez uma das associações mais chatas com a ANP, pedindo a ANP a IR de tudo. Né? Então, assim, a gente também não pode chegar na ANP com nenhuma ideia, nenhum conceito que ela não seja sustentável economicamente. Né? Ou seja, as coisas têm que fazer sentido do ponto de vista técnico, mas tem que fazer do ponto de vista econômico, do ponto de vista competitivo, ou seja, efetivamente que as energias também não sejam protegidas por regulação a um ponto que elas sobrevivam independente dos interesses maiores que são da sociedade propriamente dita. Além do que no Brasil nós temos um desafio, sim, de ampliar ainda o nosso bem-estar social, ou seja, quando a gente vê em termos de consumo energético, a gente ainda está bem atrás, ou seja, de consumos energéticos no sentido de gerar bem-estar social, nós estamos bem atrás de outros países, e isso aí gera uma grande oportunidade do ponto de vista dos comercializadores de energia e, por outro lado, um grande desafio de como nós vamos fazer a nossa transição energética, ou seja, como é que a gente vai modificar esse caminho. Gabriel, agora, assim, de associação para associação aqui, né, colocando alguma coisa, eu venho acompanhando o trabalho de vocês e considero genial a forma como vocês vêm fazendo, ou seja, vêm conseguindo ocupar mais espaço nesse debate. Eu talvez esteja um pouco errado, mas você me corrija. Assim, eu vi que vocês tiveram uma guinada importante nos últimos tempos, colocando via Ministério de Transportes uma posição bastante forte na questão de cargas pesadas, que eu achei um movimento importante, ou seja, naquelas parcelas que a gente vê de consumos, a gente vê que o transporte é um grande desafio, então você ofereceu uma solução ali nessa área é bastante interessante, né? E eu não vou pedir a você uma lista extensiva de regulações ou de programas de política de governo, mas se você puder também falar um pouco sobre a experiência de vocês, o estágio atual, e se você puder listar 2, 3 ou 4 regulações ou políticas de governo que são fundamentais para o sucesso de curto, médio prazo para o biogás. Te agradeço aí.
Perfeito, vamos lá. Eu acho que, bom, primeiro, bom dia a todos. Eu acho que talvez da mesma forma que os outros painelistas também fiquei surpreso pelo convite, mas uma surpresa muito agradável. Eu acho que é um reconhecimento também de empresas líderes, né? Lógico que a gente sabe que essas grandes mudanças tecnológicas começam com empresas que são líderes em seus respectivos segmentos. Então, eu quero primeiro agradecer muito ao Júlio e à Priscila pelo convite, mas eu quero fazer um agradecimento especial ao Dr. Keith, que primeiro me apresentou ao Júlio e à Priscila, mas também pelo trabalho que ele tem feito na WBA, na World Biogas Association, que é um trabalho realmente incrível. A gente falou bastante aqui de mudança climática e de toda essa emergência climática, na verdade, né? Ou seja, deixou de ser um problema para daqui a 30 ou 50 anos, é um problema para ontem. E um aspecto interessante é que essa emergência climática, ela hoje, mais claramente do que nunca, ela gera também uma emergência em relação à segurança energética. Hoje, a gente no Brasil passou muito tempo meio esquecido disso e meio isolado desse problema que afeta várias regiões do mundo, apesar de que nós já tivemos também no passado aqui alguns soluços, né? Quem está no mercado há mais tempo lembra, naquela época lá, 2008, renegociação do contrato de gás com a Bolívia, e que ia cortar o gás e ia acabar o gás no Brasil, e era uma situação realmente preocupante. A gente esqueceu, a gente tem uma memória curta, então, assim, nós não estamos isentos de riscos energéticos. Não acredito que a gente espero que a gente não vá se mover em qualquer tipo de conflito armado, mas existem conflitos econômicos e disputas, né, aqui no nosso mercado também, e principalmente na bacia do Atlântico. Hoje o Brasil extremamente dependente não só do gás da Bolívia, mas muito mais importante e mais crítico, da importação do GNL. Hoje aí a 90, 100 dólares o milhão de BTU, e a gente simplesmente não tem o que fazer. Temos que comprar a qualquer preço. Então, essa situação, a gente falou bastante da questão da matriz energética. Eu faço sempre questão de frisar, sim, o Brasil tem uma matriz energética relativamente limpa, mas, infelizmente, nós estamos caminhando na direção errada. O consumo de lenha vem aumentado, nas últimas estatísticas já bateu 8% de toda a matriz energética, e isso é um fator que acontece no mundo inteiro. O Brasil não é diferente, e o consumo de lenha, principalmente nas residências, tem um aspecto de saúde pública fundamental, porque está afetando principalmente mulheres e crianças que estão em casa fazendo uso dessa lenha como combustível de cocção. Então, a gente tem uma situação, começamos lá atrás discutindo a emergência climática. Essa emergência climática gera efeitos numa crise energética, e essa crise energética ela acaba desencadeando também uma crise de saúde pública, e afeta também a própria produção de alimentos. A mudança da temperatura vai afetar de forma sensível a produção de alimentos, não só de proteínas, mas em toda a agroindústria. Então, nós temos esses 3 elementos, esses 3 grandes desafios da humanidade para esse século. E o biogás está no meio de todos esses fatores, ou seja, a gente entendendo que o biogás ele é proveniente do resíduo da matéria orgânica, daquela parte que não é aproveitada, dos alimentos principalmente, e do nosso resíduo urbano, nosso lixo residencial. Esses resíduos eles podem ser aproveitados para a produção de energia, para a geração de energia, ou produção de biocombustível, que é o biometano, que ele é idêntico ao gás natural em todas as suas características. Então, o biogás ele pode ser um indutor de projetos de saneamento, porque ele vai agregar
uma nova receita a esses projetos, que hoje são deficitários, e, de novo, isso é uma questão no mundo todo, não é só no Brasil, apenas que aqui no Brasil a gente tem o péssimo hábito de achar que o lixo ele vai embora sozinho, a gente varre para debaixo do tapete, a gente joga pela janela e a gente acha que ele vai embora, né? Isso tem um custo para a sociedade precisa entender. E o biogás, o aproveitamento energético desse biogás, seja para geração de energia ou produção de biocombustível, ele pode ser um grande indutor desses projetos de saneamento, o que confere ao biogás uma característica ímpar, além de ele ter todas as vantagens de um combustível gasoso, mais leve do que o ar, enfim, mas e 100% renovável, confere uma característica única, que é da pegada de carbono negativa. A gente viu aqui bastante falando sobre a intensidade de carbono, como o biogás ele não só evita a emissão quando você utiliza o biogás no lugar de um combustível fóssil, mas ele também evita a emissão do metano pela decomposição da matéria orgânica na sua origem. Você acaba ganhando duas vezes. Então, você não só tem aquela pegada que a gente viu atrás aqui sobre o RenovaBio, né, de 9 gramas de CO2 equivalente por megajoule, mas o biogás tem projetos de menos 300, menos 400, menos 500 gramas de CO2 equivalente por megajoule, porque você considera a emissão que está sendo evitada do metano oriundo dessa decomposição da matéria orgânica. Então, é realmente uma fonte única em termos de redução de pegada. A gente brinca sempre que não existe net zero sem biogás. Você pode reduzir a sua intensidade de carbono, mas nunca você vai conseguir chegar no zero, porque, como o próprio Ardeng mesmo falou, não existe um mundo descarbonizado sem o petróleo. Ele vai ser uma composição do petróleo com outros. Então, para chegar no net zero, você precisa de alguma coisa que seja negativa. Aí é uma questão aritmética simples, né? Então, e o biogás ele oferece realmente essa oportunidade. Então, a gente já tem hoje no Brasil um parque instalado, apesar de sermos aqui pequenininhos, né, em relação ao etanol e ao biodiesel, começamos mais recentemente, já são hoje, então, 5 plantas de produção de biometano, 400 mil metros cúbicos por dia. Temos já 27 plantas identificadas que vão começar a operar nos próximos 3 anos, chegando a 2 milhões de metros cúbicos por dia, e a gente tem projetos aí até 2030 de chegar a 30 milhões de metros cúbicos por dia. É o que a gente sabe que é mais ou menos aí o volume de gás importado da Bolívia, e seria suficiente para substituir 30% do óleo diesel importado. Caro, a gente não sabe de onde vem, né, e extremamente poluente. Então, com um produto produzido nacionalmente, produzido no interior do país, em grande parte, então de forma descentralizada, extremamente competitivo do ponto de vista econômico com o próprio óleo diesel, e 100% descarbonizado. E essa é uma solução imediata, esse produto já está disponível, a tecnologia dos veículos já está disponível. Fico sempre feliz quando alguém menciona o GNV, então agradeço aqui ao Daniel por ter lembrado do nosso GNV, que hoje, apesar de corresponder por apenas 2% da frota de transporte no Brasil, tem um potencial de crescimento enorme. E, como eu disse, já existem os caminhões, os equipamentos, tratores, todo tipo de maquinário que pode utilizar o biogás como uma alternativa praticamente drop-in, né? Assim, já existe essa tecnologia, seja no diesel gás, seja no 100% gás. Então, respondendo, Sérgio, a sua pergunta, em termos de projetos, a gente está olhando com muito bons olhos, estamos bastante ansiosos por um programa chamado Corredores Sustentáveis, que visa exatamente, que já mapeou os locais onde existe essa demanda por abastecimento de veículos pesados, caminhões e ônibus, aonde esses caminhões e ônibus podem ser modificados para veículos movidos a tanto gás natural quanto biogás. Isso é um programa que está pronto para sair, a gente está aguardando aí para as próximas semanas, mas também o programa Combustível do Futuro, que considera, como eu disse, não só o que hoje já é percebido pelo RenovaBio, que é a redução de emissões pela substituição, mas também o ciclo de vida, considerar o ciclo de vida do combustível. Então, no caso do biogás, vamos ter essa vantagem adicional da pegada de carbono negativa, e destacando também algumas coisas, apesar de não serem programas oficiais, mas existe um interesse muito forte do governo e da sociedade, das indústrias, de novas rotas
e de novas formas de aproveitamento do biogás, não só para geração de energia e produção de biocombustível, mas também para a produção de hidrogênio verde, né? Seja através da geração da energia renovável para a hidrólise, seja através da reforma direta do biogás, que é um caminho também muito interessante para a produção de hidrogênio verde. Enfim, então tem bastante coisa acontecendo aí nessa área de renováveis.
Obrigado, Gabriel. Acho que a Priscila tem algumas perguntas da plateia.
A gente tentou compilar algumas perguntas que chegaram aqui para o painel. São duas perguntas, na verdade. Eu vi a visão de vocês para essas duas perguntas. E, na sequência, também, a Rebeca vai complementar para a gente poder fechar o painel sobre a visão das soluções que a gente já tem globalmente, que é a parte de uma terceira pergunta que tivemos, tá bom? Bom, a primeira pergunta foi sobre, segundo a lógica do Roberto Ardenghy, como incluir a população na transição energética e permitir a popularização da matriz renovável. E como vocês, qual é, né, a visão de vocês sobre o papel da universidade na transição energética e no desenvolvimento de novas tecnologias para combustíveis renováveis?
Ressaltando um ponto que eu tinha mencionado, só tem uma solução para isso, né? Que a solução é a pesquisa e é a tecnologia e é a inovação, né? Mais do que a tecnologia é você transformar aquilo que você está desenvolvendo nas universidades, no centro de pesquisa, em ferramentas úteis para você alcançar um resultado positivo economicamente. E aí o setor de óleo e gás ele tem uma vantagem enorme, que nós temos uma lei, a lei do petróleo, ela determina, aí, inclusive com a supervisão ferrenha e atenta da ANP, que o uso que nós temos que fazer da famosa cláusula PID, né, que é 1% do lucro bruto dos campos de grande produtividade, tem que ser direcionados, né, a investimentos de óleo e gás. Isso é uma massa de recursos muito grande, né, e a ANP tem sido bastante inteligente e flexível no sentido de apoiar as linhas de pesquisa feitas por diversas empresas, porque eu acho que a gente não pode subestimar a capacidade de engenharia e de ingenuidade do brasileiro, e nós temos inúmeros exemplos. O Gabriel comentou aqui agora o que está acontecendo hoje nessa área do biogás e do biometano é uma coisa sensacional, né? Você usar um resíduo que ele gerava uma quantidade enorme de metano, né? Que ia para a atmosfera, um gás de enorme efeito estufa, que hoje é até objeto de atenção específica das Nações Unidas pelo efeito que ele tem em termos de aquecimento global, e você está fazendo com que aquilo seja devolvido como energético, inclusive gerando um balanço negativo em termos de emissões. Uma solução simples, eficiente, uma tecnologia dominada, né? E que está aí pronta para ser utilizada por uma quantidade enorme. O Brasil é grande produtor de produtos ligados à agropecuária, enorme gerador de resíduos, né? Tanto do lixo quanto dos resíduos da atividade agrícola. Então, é um potencial gigantesco aí. Então, acho que identificar esses nichos de oportunidade e fazer com que a gente possa, pouco a pouco, reduzindo o custo dessas soluções que são muito importantes, mas todas elas têm um custo algumas vezes ainda proibitivos, tem que ser através da universidade e da pesquisa e desenvolvimento.
Apenas complementando o que o Ardenghy comentou, eu acho que tem um aspecto muito importante que é a correta...
Sorry, I'm so sorry, but I'm really worried about time, and you've all given us so much wonderful things to think about and talk about, but we really do have to finish on time, otherwise everybody that's watching remotely will be sitting there needing a comfort break, and everybody in this room will also be thinking that we've sold everything. And really, you've asked such wonderful questions, posed all of these things. Your surprise at why we have set up this event is perfect. But let me tell you, there is so much to discuss the rest of today and tomorrow, and we're going to give you a whole load of ideas and suggestions of really tangible technologies, together with universities, together with companies, together with our colleagues in the LPG industry, that are really happening and already making a difference. So thank you so much for giving us your perspectives on this and your honest surprise, because really we have this wonderful opportunity right now to take what's been going on and to make it really have an impact here in Brazil. And it will, it already is. And what we all know about what needs to happen is that when we pool our resources, we can make things happen really quickly. Just think about the years that we're just coming out of. We all sat at home behind our computer screens in lockdown, and how quickly, relatively speaking, it took us to develop a vaccine, compared to all of the other vaccines that took 10, 20, 30, or never, because people didn't throw their attention, their resources, and their focus to them. Now they are. What we need to do for the renewable liquid gas industry is direct everybody's attention to this. Because globally, it's exactly the same volume, or almost the same volume, as sustainable aviation fuel. As you mentioned, everybody's focusing on sustainable aviation fuel. Fabulous. But what about the wonderful renewable liquid gas that we supply here in Brazil, that's essential energy for all of our customers and in so many other countries around the world? So I thank you so much for all of your valid contributions and comments, and I really hope that this afternoon and tomorrow will give some real insights into how we want to do that, and we want to work and continue to work collaboratively. And also, I'm not sure if the Ministry of Mines and Energy is still listening, but I'm really excited about taking the low carbon fuel standard as a framework here for Brazil, because it is about the best one that we know of in the world. We've been working very closely with people and regulators from all the 29 governments representing the Clean Energy Ministerial, and we know that this is about the best way you can really stimulate positive environments for development of technologies and uptake by customers. So congratulations and thank you also for all of your support on that. I just wanted to reflect, because the panel has asked such wonderful, insightful questions, and I know there's a lot of questions in the chat we didn't get to, but that's because there's so much to continue to discuss. So please join us for the rest of today and tomorrow so that you can find out a little bit more and connect, of course, with everybody and all of the wonderful team at Supergasbras to continue the dialogue. That's all I wanted to say. Sorry for interrupting. Daniel, se você quiser.
Eu agradeço apenas. Acompanharei muito bom grado e satisfação o que está por vir ainda. Mais uma vez, renovo aqui meus agradecimentos em nome da agência, todos os diretores, todo o nosso corpo técnico. Ficamos 100% disponíveis para outras oportunidades e a agência também recebê-los. Agradeço.
E só como comentário final, tentando respeitar o momento, só colocar, Rebeca, acho que a surpresa que nós todos temos aqui não é a surpresa da existência do BioGLP, mas sim a surpresa de que ele esteja chegando num momento de economicidade. Eu acho que isso foi a surpresa, e a surpresa que nós tivemos foi uma surpresa numa perspectiva extremamente positiva de que nós estejamos num momento em que a gente possa discutir, como eu falei, o BioGLP não como alguma coisa de laboratório ou de cientistas loucos, mas efetivamente algo que a sociedade possa colocar no seu pacote de soluções energéticas. Isso aí a gente aplaude a iniciativa de todos vocês que estão fazendo isso e sabemos a importância da academia nisso. E vamos seguir nossas considerações aqui fora do painel, e agradeço mais uma vez, Gabriel, Ardengue, Daniel, pela participação aqui. Nós teremos muito mais para falar, mas vamos acompanhar os próximos dias aí. Parabéns a todos que estiveram aqui e obrigado mais uma vez a vocês três.
Muito obrigada a todos que compuseram a mesa. Obrigada, Rebeca, por complementar também a sessão. Nós vamos ter o almoço aqui mesmo no Museu do Amanhã. Tá, então, vai ser logo aqui após a porta de saída, e nós retornamos às 13h30 para a sessão da parte da tarde. Obrigada, pessoal.
Brasil todo, eu moro na semana passada eu fui o último, agora tem lá em Brasília. Aí ele tá fazendo essa rodada no Brasil todo. Aí na questão da igreja política, crédito corporativo, ele está fazendo uma outra parte do projeto, projetos especiais de inovação, essa parte de para falar com ele no virtual,
Oi.
Changing out, guys. We're changing out. Different places. Just kind of like a bit dynamic.
Piscina que nos quer.
Deixa eu pegar meu... Vai lá.
For the session 2 for this day. Before to start, so as we have someone arriving now, just to share that we have a Wi-Fi here for everyone. This is the Wi-Fi and this is the password. And also, this is the agenda that we will have for this session 2, that I would like to invite to the stage Rebecca Groen, that will be the chair of this session.
Thank you very much, Priscilla. So when I interrupted earlier, I didn't introduce myself. Very much apologies for that. My name is Rebecca Groen, and I'm Director of Sustainable Fuels at SHV Energy. So I'm extremely excited to be here today, and particularly excited to now get into the real meaty content of why we are all here looking at sustainability that moves the world. So this session 2, which is called Initiatives of Companies for More Sustainable Portfolio, and I've taken over from Priscilla as chair because she's also got to speak, so we thought that was a bit much to make her chair and then speak as well. So we're going to have 4 different talks with very different but relevant and related concepts for how we can start making the right solutions that make a difference in renewable liquid gases. We're going to start off with Dr. Keith Simons, who is Principal Scientist. Sorry, no, he's now Head of R&D. Apologies, your new title. Head of R&D at SHV Energy. And he's going to talk about a really exciting project that we've been working on for about 4 years at SHV Energy. So please join me in welcoming Keith Simons.
Obrigado, Rebecca. Tudo bem? So, Priscilla did say, will I give this presentation in Portuguese, but I thought that the interpreters might struggle with the English translation. So, thanks very much. And do I need to just move the presentation through? It's moving. Press on the big button, Keith. There we go. So, I mean, the important thing about the title, whether it's scientist or whether it's research and development, the important thing, it's research and development, it's science. It's going to be science and technology that will solve the challenges that we have. So, my presentation will be about sustainable fuels and Project Katia, which is how we're going to make bioLPG from sustainable feedstocks that we can get from here in Brazil. So very exciting. And it's the first time we'll be talking about this publicly. So for the people in the press, you have a world exclusive. So anyway, a little bit about SHV Energy. You know, we are the largest energy company you've never heard of. But of course here in Brazil, we're Supergasbras. But we're known by different names throughout the world. So where I live in the United Kingdom, we're Calagas. Of course, here we're Supergasbras. In the US, Pinnacle Propane, Supergas in India. We've recently acquired a business in Bangladesh. So, you know, LPG is very important, both to us as a company, but also to our customers. You know, people rely on our products to heat their homes, to cook their fuels. So, we're located mainly in Europe, the US, South America here in Brazil, Asia, China and India, and we're also part of SHV, which is the Steenkolen Handelsvereniging, so that's my Dutch that I won't speak any more of. So we've got sister companies, Nutraco, Macro, Key Wemmermut, a very large multinational company. But we're here today to talk about LPG, but more importantly bioLPG. But our fossil business, we distribute about 5.5 million tonnes of LPG through to all of our customers. And Hubert and Priscilla will talk more about our Brazilian business. But we operate in 4 continents. We've got 30 million customers that depend on our energy products in 25 countries and nearly 17,000 employees. So a major business. And we've set ourselves the bold ambition that by 2040, all of our energy products will come from sustainable and renewable sources. Now, many energy companies will make those claims, and you're going to hear today about how we intend to do it. So, I mean, here in Brazil, you know, those golden cylinders that you have is a cooking fuel. But, you know, believe it or not, some people also use LPG to heat their homes. You know, and, you know, so in rural communities in the UK, the US, you know, in Europe, rely on LPG for heating their homes. It's for industrial fuel, and also not in Brazil, but in parts of the world, it's very important for transportation fuel. So those yellow school buses that you see in the US, many of them are powered by LPG. The important thing, the fuel is used, transported safely, it's sustainable, the cost is low, and availability and customer acceptance are important. They have choices, they have alternatives. Now, LPG as a fossil fuel is already an excellent fuel. It's clean burning, you know, it's low particulate matter, so you're not harming air quality by using it compared to barbecue gas. People always say the electricity network is green. You can have that claim here in Brazil, but elsewhere in the world it can be powered by coal. So, you know, it's high carbon intensity. But, you know, LPG is already a clean burning fuel. But with bioLPG, then, depending on where you get your feedstock from, with what we currently sell and market, you can get up to 80% carbon reduction. So with bioLPG will be the future because it's a drop-in replacement for our customers. That's what's important. So customers don't like change. They want to be greener, but they don't necessarily want to make those changes themselves. They've invested in their equipment, they know how to cook with gas, and then trying to switch them to a different way, there's an investment there. And you don't want to burden your customers with too great a cost when, at the moment, energy internationally is a great challenge. So with bioLPG, it's important we have a drop-in replacement. The only difference is the feedstock. Now, at the moment, the majority of the bioLPG that we get is as a byproduct from the HVO process. That's hydrotreating vegetable oils, and 5% of the product is bioLPG. That's separated, and we distribute that to all of our customers. The problem is that oils are in short supply, so when only 5% of the product would be LPG, it is a challenge to try to give that to all of our customers. Remember, I said that we distribute 5.5 million tonnes to customers, and here in Brazil, we've got about 10 million tonnes of soybean oil produced. A lot of that's exported, used for food and cooking, but also used to make first-generation biodiesel. Even if all of that went into HVO, you'd have 500,000 tonnes of bioLPG, which is significant, but at the moment, everyone's set up for the first-generation biodiesel. So, sort of a challenging process. And it requires a huge amount of hydrogen. With the growth of sustainable aviation fuel from this process, huge amounts of hydrogen will be required. And that, again, is a challenge. The process always makes lots of water. Everyone always forgets about the water. And, using that expensive hydrogen to make water isn't necessarily the best use of that hydrogen. So, how can we achieve our objectives? So, the first thing is, the feedstock. The feedstock becomes really important. It's key. But it needs to be practical. So here's a list of what I would think a good feedstock would be, and it's indigenous. You don't really want to be importing your feedstock halfway across the world. You want it to be local. Not only do you want it to be local, you want it to be sustainable, so you don't want to create another problem by using that feedstock. And available at a point source. So there's a thing called entropy, and entropy is a bit of a challenge. If you've got to try and move all of your energy product into one place, that costs energy as well. So ideally, you'll be able to get a concentrated form of your feedstock in one place. Traditionally, we've done that with natural gas, we've done that with oil. We'll have to do that with our future sustainable fuels. Then, you want that energy to be easily transportable. You want it to have a relatively high energy content, because you'll convert energy from one form into another, for those of you that remember the first law of thermodynamics. And you really want to use your existing production and distribution infrastructure. You want to make it easy, because otherwise you need to invest greater amounts of money. And then ideally it will be a liquid or gaseous fuel. And then once you've got that feedstock, then you can think about, let's convert it into LPG, which again is not a trivial exercise. So, summarised on this graph on the right, we need a feedstock with high potential, and then we convert as much of the energy in that feedstock into LPG. And that's what we refer to as on-purpose bioLPG manufacture. And to put it into perspective, I would put the HVO HEFA process the bottom left-hand corner, when we want to be the top right. So this is what we need to try to address. So here we are in Brazil. Wouldn't it be good if ethanol could be our feedstock? Because if you think about all the list I made before, then we satisfy all of the numbers on that list. And you're making about 21 million tonnes of ethanol. That was a figure I found. The US, of course, is much larger, but this is mainly first generation, and there's an awful lot of work going on. Some of the representatives of the companies from Hyson in this room, and LanzaTech, second generation ethanol production from different sources. So the end product could be the same, because molecules don't have a memory. but we want our feedstocks to be, sustainable. So Sean Simpson will talk about how his company is making ethanol from waste gases from steel plants. Of course, you can make ethanol also from straw. Eisen have their first and second generation technologies, but then there is still the first generation technologies using sugarcane in Brazil, maize and corn in the US, or wheat in Europe. So an ideal feedstock, if only we could convert it into LPG. So how do you convert ethanol into LPG? So as a scientist, you look at, well, what else has happened? Who else has tried this? Now, there's a process called the methanol to gasoline process. It was developed by ExxonMobil, and sort of with this process, you can make, according to the literature, up to about 20% LPG. So this is interesting. It's a scientific starting point. So we can make methanol to gasoline. The problem is it's quite expensive and complicated to make methanol, and the best way to make it is using natural gas or coal. So again, it wouldn't be sustainable. Now, people have looked at looking at ethanol to gasoline. So it's out there in the literature. You'll have read it, and companies such as Vertimas and EcoBenz have got this to a pilot plant. So there is a little bit of precedence out there. But if you read the literature, the yields of LPG are low. It is called the ethanol to gasoline process. So they're not trying to make LPG. But the catalyst deactivates due to coking. So rather than making your product, you're making coke, you're making charcoal in the catalyst, which then stops the process. So, you can try to limit this, but really, you can put water in there, but if you're putting water through your reactor, you're not putting product. So it starts to become more economically challenging. And, Sedimus 5 was the catalyst developed to do this, but what you find is that the catalyst actually wants to make ethylene. So if you've got a process for making ethylene to gasoline, and there's one person in the audience who may be able to tell you about that today, then that's good. But we don't make ethylene. We can't really put ethylene into those golden cylinders that you have here and use that as a product. It wouldn't be clean burning. So one thing is also, it would be a good process, though, if we could modify it. In China, ExxonMobil had a plant for making methanol to gasoline, and it's about 100,000 tonnes per year. So they go via DME. You'll hear more about that later. But then you can make your gasoline with a little bit of LPG over 3 reactors. You need 3 reactors in this case because of the deactivation of the catalyst, 1 running, 2 regenerating. So could we actually modify this process, but get it to work with ethanol, get it to work successfully? And one thing that we did was develop Project Katia to overcome these challenges. And starting off, move over here, it might be easier. So we found that we take ethanol, we put it over our catalyst, we can convert all of it to LPG with quite high yields. So about 60% selectivity to C3 and C4 hydrocarbons, but after 2 days, it's no longer as active, which is a bit of a problem you can overcome. So we found that we could regenerate it. You burn off the coke, and you get back to the selectivity you were. So those browny orange dots, you see that we're getting high performance, but the catalyst only lasts 2 or 3 days. That makes it complicated, but it's a start. So, we can get C3, C4s, we can regenerate the catalyst, we could have this as a process, but again, from an engineering standpoint, difficult. And as soon as it starts to become complicated, the OPEX cost go up, the capital costs go up, you've got multiple reactors, multiply complicated. So, but it was a start, because if you can get something working for 2 days, why can't you get something working for 5 days, 10 days, and then 30 days? So looking a little bit more at the process, we can make propane, and then what we tended to find under these conditions is that you start seeing propene and then ethylene, and then the catalyst dies. So how can we overcome this? And this is what we tried to achieve. Now, what we then did was we tested hundreds of catalysts. We tried to find a catalyst which didn't have these limitations. The majority of them would last 3 or 4 days, and then they would die. They'd need regeneration. But certain catalysts, here, the purple and the green triangles, we found we could get a catalyst to work for 8 days. 8 days is 4 times better than 2 days. So this gave us hope. And then we continued the work. And then by making very subtle changes to our catalyst, we discovered a system that would work for weeks and weeks. Our record is we've got this catalyst to work for 30 days. We can get high selectivities to the propane and the butane, just what we want. Ideal product for the Brazilian market, where you've got a lot of butane and isobutane in your LPG. And then even if we do lose a little bit of selectivity, we can regenerate the catalyst. So with this proprietary catalyst, with the process conditions, we are very, very confident we can convert ethanol, that is a feedstock we can get here in Brazil and elsewhere in the world, the US, Europe, and we can convert that to LPG. We understand the process. We see that if you start getting ethylene formation, then that's a leading indicator that the process is going to fall over, so we can stop it, regenerate the catalyst, maybe under less forcing conditions, and then start the process up. So again, the previous slide, I showed you the methanol to gasoline process. The 100,000 ton per year plant in China had 3 reactors, so maybe we could also have 3 reactors so that we can make sure this plant will be working. I mean, the methanol to gasoline process have been scaled up, where they have, sort of more reactors, bigger scale, so we know it can be done, but that increases the cost, the complexity. So we have a very exciting system, and SHU Energy is currently in the process of scaling up this technology. So we're very excited about this. And one more thing. So, I work for an LPG company. My boss, Rebecca, is happy when I'm developing a process to make on-purpose bioLPG when there's more LPG than everything else. Usually it's the other way around. LPG is a byproduct from a refinery, it's a byproduct from a natural gas processing plant. But what we've focused is that we can make bioLPG and the byproducts are liquid. So we make a lot of water, that's just a fact of life, but we make an organic fraction as well. So we collect this in the cold pot, we did the analysis, and it's aromatics, aromatic molecules. It's benzene, toluene, paraxylenes. But I'm getting the right answer, we're getting more LPG than aromatics. But this process, aromatics go into aviation fuel. It's between, I think, 5 and 25% aromatics you can put in your aviation fuel. That has to be done. So basically, we have a process. We can make bioLPG. That can go into those golden cylinders that you have here in Brazil. And we're also making aviation fuel. Everyone gets excited about sustainable aviation fuel. All the governments want to fund it. Everyone wants to talk about it. They don't talk about LPG. But I think they're going to start talking about LPG now because a byproduct is sustainable aviation fuel. And getting aviation fuel to some of the remote regions in Brazil where you've got airports is expensive. If you could be making this locally, also making some bioLPG for the local communities that need that essential cooking gas, then we have an advantage. It would require ASTM qualification of this route. You can't just put it in because you know it works. you have to get it qualified and approved. But I'd like to say that we now have a process for on-purpose manufacture of bio-LPG from abundant feedstocks here in Brazil. So, Project Katia, we are highly confident in that it can satisfy our 2040 ambitions, and there is evidence, scientific evidence, to back up those claims. So, I'd like to thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to take any questions from here in the audience or those that are hopefully still watching online, and a quick shout out to my mother and daughter if they are watching. Thank you.
Are there any questions here in the room?
There we go. So just to remind people that are watching at home, if you go onto menti.com, enter this code here, then you can put questions to us, or maybe in the audience if it's easier, or you can put your Menti code in, whatever you want to do. So thank you. Sean? So the question that Sean just asked was, what is the journey that we have to do to take this to commercial reality? Thank you very much. It's a very good question. So this is a journey that many, many companies have had to do. So at the moment, a lot of the work is based on very robust laboratory data. The next thing is we need to be scaling up that catalyst. I'm pleased to say that we've got the right partners, and we're scaling up the catalyst, and then it's having the right partners to engineer, going from pilot plant to demonstration plant to production. So it's always said that to bring any new process to market takes 5 to 7 years. And I think this will take 5 to 7 years. That's what I tell Rebecca. It will take a little bit longer. Unless she gives me lots of money and all the people I ask for. But that's the typical journey. And the important thing is that it goes from being a chemistry challenge to a process engineering, chemical engineering challenges. These skills exist. These skills exist here in Brazil, in your research institutes. You need to be, you're equipping all your chemical engineers, all your chemists, all your scientists with the right skills to achieve that. So this is why I'm really excited about the collaborations we've got with our university partners. There's the projects we will do with them, and that will generate papers, results, maybe a patented process, who knows. But the other thing that it will generate is highly skilled chemists and chemical engineers, and they will be vital on this journey. And we'll also need companies that can supply ethanol from various exotic, sort of feedstocks, Sean. So maybe you could be part of that journey as well.
Yeah, there's another one here, but I'm not sure if Gabriel is ready for that, or I can continue here.
Yeah, Priscilla, we are waiting for more questions here. It takes that the first question we received was already asked before. It's the same question, so we are waiting.
Okay, I have a question.
A good chair always does, Priscilla.
You mentioned about your journey to the studies to take the catalyst more robust, right? Is there also some strategy in terms of feedback, fixed bed, or considering continuous reactions that you also believe that could improve the life, of the catalyst?
Great question, Priscilla. You're thinking like a chemical engineer. I like that. So, a good reactor is a simple reactor. So, fixed bed is the first choice. Now, that was how the methanol to gasoline process was scaled up. But, of course, they started to run into the challenge that the catalyst deactivated, which is why you can get 6 or more reactors in parallel. So it's quite complicated because they didn't have a robust catalyst with any lifetime. But if you've got a robust catalyst with more lifetime than a fixed bed catalyst, maybe 2, maybe 3, would be ideal, would work well. One thing with the methanol to gasoline process now, so we can learn an awful lot from adjacent technologies and adjacent approaches, is you can have a fluidized bed. So an FCC type reactor, as it's called, used extensively in the petrochemical industry, where you've got a short lifetime catalyst to crack your crude, you recycle it round, you burn off the coke and produce it into the reactor. But I'm a chemist, so that's complicated. What process engineers, chemical engineers may say, that's straightforward, but for a simple chemist like myself, then a fixed bed reactor is ideal, and we can achieve the throughput we want.
Thank you. And we also receive other question here. First, thank you for a very interesting talk, Keith. And how does bioethanol impurity affect performance? Is that something that you are looking at?
Is that impurity?
Yeah.
So the great thing about ethanol, well, there's a lot of great things about ethanol, especially here in Brazil and Cachaça, but the great thing about ethanol is it's quite easy to separate. So ethanol, at the end of the day, you put into your gasoline engine. So if the way to purify the ethanol, remove the water, is well known. They're standard technologies. So you don't want to put anything that will kill your reactor. A catalyst is very sensitive. So anything which is poisonous to man can be poisonous to a catalyst. It's also poisonous to a catalytic converter. So you want to be careful about what you put into your feedstock, but you can get ethanol sort of purified. That's what sort of the skill set to do that, certainly here in Brazil and elsewhere in the world. So it's just another unit operation. But ideally, you want a catalyst which is robust enough, and then the only thing you would really worry about is the coking.
Great, thank you. Oh, I had said that was the last one, because otherwise we'll get on. But Miriam, okay, do you have a good question there? Juicy one?
I hope I have a good question. So it's Miriam Roda from the Supergen Bioenergy Hub in the UK, so I'm a UK academic. Keith, if you look at the supply chains and where stuff is coming from and how the different processes involved, the different stakeholders, obviously that is very complex. And then if you look at policies supporting what you do, that often tries to simplify processes because it's often very focusing on the back end of the supply chain. So what's actually needed from the policy side to support what these processes actually can deliver, which is sustainability, and how can policy ensure that what is done is along the supply chain for the different actors sustainable as well?
So it all starts with bringing different people together, people from government, people from industry, people from academics. Wouldn't it be a really good idea to organise an event like that? Then, of course, one of the reasons that we've organised this event is so that we can get those different aspects lined up. Now, one of the policy support is making sure that the products that we make are allowed, that they're recognised with all the different taxation. So I was delighted to see the presentation from the Ministry for Energy, Mines and Energy this morning, where they're recognising that the carbon intensity reduction that you get. Start thinking. So LPG was specifically mentioned. So of course, once we've developed the process, it will be what's the life cycle analysis of that, and then do you know any good academics that can help us with that, Miriam? So that helps. It's convincing government that our solution is sustainable, it's lower carbon than the alternatives. There's other things working with industry because at a certain point, cars will no longer be running ethanol, gasoline. There'll be a big switch into electric, and in certain audiences I may get stoned and booed off for making such comments, but that is the future. But of course, especially in the UK, I'll have an electric car in November. I don't know which November, but I'll have an electric car. And then the challenge is, what are you going to do with that ethanol? You've got all of that supply chain set up, all of that production, all of those farmers, agricultural workers, just reliant on that. All we're doing is giving different avenues for that, and actually supporting the growth in that industry as well. So that will support investment decisions on second-generation ethanol that's going to come to market. So very exciting opportunities, and a lot of the work over the next few years, in addition to the technical side, will be all of that, social, political side as well. So lots of work for our colleagues to do.
Excellent. That was a juicy question. I'm glad we had that one in. Thank you very much, Keith.
Thank you.
Excellent work. So I think two of the key words so far were collaboration and locally relevant or locally available. And that's really one of the things that is really important for us as a global company, but operating very much in a local context, making the right solutions for our customers wherever they are. And Brazil is such a wonderful country, and Supergasbras is such a wonderful company, the jewel in our portfolio of businesses. And I'm really delighted now to welcome a duo onto the stage. So we're going to have Rubens Ramos and Priscila Maizero of Supergasbras to explain about their journey here in Supergasbras. Please join me in welcoming them.
Thank you, Rebecca. So, good afternoon, everybody. I would like to reinforce our thanks to everybody that's participated of this event in person and online. This is a very important event for not only for Supergasbras and SHV, but also for the future of our market, start to have those discussions. Everything has a start, and we are doing this here. So, what we would like to show to you now, basically, something's wrong here. Oh, that's better. So, we would like to talk a little bit about the LPG market in Brazil and the role of Supergasbras on it and our future plans. So, me and Priscila will be dividing this presentation and showing some information for you. So let's start with Supergasbras. So who is Supergasbras? Supergasbras is a company that has 75 years of experience in LPG. So we are present in more than 10 million families' houses. So it's very expressive. We have more than 9,000 retailers, and we have more than 60,000 industrial and commercial customers. So this is very representative. And we have a wonderful team of more than 4,000 people working to make this happen. Annually, we produce and commercialize 1.5 million tons of LPG. So it's a huge production to deliver to our customers what they need in a daily basis. Moving to, in order to have this, we have a great operations in most of the states of Brazil. We have 17 filling plants in order to deliver the product in everywhere that we commercialize LPG in Brazil. And also we have a great plant here in Rio that we produce new cylinders, and we do all the maintenance and requalification of the cylinders in Brazil. That's basically the regulation that we have in Brazil that's very strong and very modern to guarantee the quality to our customers. It's important also to mention all the type of packages that we commercialize. The most famous ones is the P13. P13, the 30 kilos, is the one that mostly commercialized in Brazil, use it in residential and some informal small businesses. We also have the 20 kilos. Most of the 20 kilos is for forklifts in our industry. And also the 45 kilos that is also commercial and residential. Those are the bottled ones. And we also have the bulk. The bulk, we have tanks from 190 kilos to 6,000 kilos in our customers. That is the other type of business that we have here in Brazil. So talk a little bit about the Brazilian market now. So Brazil, the demand in Brazil is 7.5 million tons per year. As we can see here, most of it is for residential, but we also, the residential that we use for cooking, that we have already discussed in other conversations here in the beginning of the morning, and also for water heating. but also commercial, agribusiness, and industrials are also very important channels that we have, and is very expressive in our volumes too. So, continue to talk about the Brazilian market. We can see that we are the 7th biggest market of the world, and 10th biggest consumer of the world. So those are the important numbers that we have in the left side. That shows one of the questions during the morning. So we are present in 91% of the homes in Brazil. So it's huge when you compare with other sources of energy. We have in this market 125 million cylinders of 13 kilos rotating from all the brands in order to provide to our customer the best service. So our volume, we have already talked, the 7.5 million. So just having an idea, we have basically 13 cylinders per second being delivered every day. So it's a very important number to show the size of the market in Brazil. It's a market with a high level of competition, with 20 authorized distributors and 58,000 dealers to deal in this business. And also, we invest, all the companies invest a lot every year on maintenance and new cylinders. This is also an important investment of 7 million reais on this activity to guarantee to our customers a very high quality of our products. Here, basically, we are repeating some numbers that you saw during the morning. So in Brazil, although we have 48% of renewable sources, we also still have a lot of contribution of the oil, and around 33%. And when you see the oil products, LPG is very expressive. So we are talking about 8% of these oil products in the terms of energy is generated by LPG, just behind diesel and gasoline that are huge also in Brazil. So what probably we are questioning is why Supergasbras is so focused on the sustainable fuels. And here we have 3 main reasons. The first reason that we have already also seen is we would like to contribute to SHV Energy ambition to have 100% of energy products from renewable and sustainable sources. So we are supporting SHV on this journey, and Brazil has a very important role, as we have just seen here in the previous presentation. We also are very committed to grow our ESG practices. That is very important for us. It's something that is increasing more and more in the current world that we have. And we see our customers more and more concerned about sustainable value chain. So this is an opportunity that we have that is growing step by step, and we need to start this as soon as we can in order we can contribute on this journey. And probably the question is what Supergasbras is doing today in Brazil in order to go in this direction. This is the moment that I pass the word here to Priscilla, that's going to show you a little bit more what Supergasbras is doing in partnership, of course, with SHV in order to follow together on this journey. Thanks.
Thanks, Rubens. Yeah, as Rubens mentioned, first, one of the 3 main reasons, we found the purpose to do that, mainly customer centricity, but where is the opportunity that we have to put in place the bio-LPG and other sustainable fuels in Brazil? So we start to evaluate our business in terms of what is the main lack or what is the main challenge that we have with the LPG that probably we can complement or supply with the bio-LPG. So considering our current scenario that we have almost 25% of the LPG that's imported, one of the way to try to decrease the dependence that we have for the importation of the LPG is to try to complement our national production with a national bio-LPG. This is one of the possibilities. And also when we analyze it, for example, the logistic of the LPG depends on the region, we have some challenge to deliver it. So with one decentralized production of bio-LPG, we can also solve the problem that we have in the logistics. So it's also one way to complement and a kind of win-win partnership between the fossil one and the renewable one in the beginning. So, but we also have challenges. When we evaluate also the opportunities that we have here, in fact, considering the current scenario, I mean, I prepared it before the Keith speech, but there is no commercial production of bio-LPG in our territory yet. So, how we can solve it? So, this is the reason, one of the reasons that we are here, right? With a differentiated ecosystem, with policymakers, companies, customers, and technology providers. Because we know that alone we couldn't do that. The main idea is to get the partnership between customers, between policymakers, between producers. We are not a producer. We plan to be a producer. It's not our core business. But why not to co-invest or to get partnership with the right partners to accelerate the production of the bio-LPG. This is one of the idea, and also considering the technology providers, right, to help keep in the journey to find new technologies and to accelerate the development and also the learning curve of the bio-LPG. And we started since 1 year ago, right? Our activities in sustainable fuels here in Brazil, mapping the potential partners to commercial and lab development of the technologies. So it's part of our plan to get, as we told always, the bio-domination plan, to get partners and also universities working with us and in this journey. We started last year with the 2 Brazilian universities here, Universidades de Santa Catarina and Universidade Federal da Bahia. And also we are in the beginning of the partnership with other 2 universities, Universidade Federal de Minas Gerais e Universidade Federal Fluminense, and other ones that we already scouted, and we are in the beginning of the conversation to establish it, not only with universities, but also considering some commercial partners. So our starting point was in last year, with when we started to pilot this idea of to blend different ecosystems, universities, companies, funding agencies, in order to test how this model could work, right? So we started with a project we called Samba UK, for the reason that we started with the Brazilian universities that I already mentioned, and also Aston Universities, Supergasbras, SHV Energy, and also part of this work was funded for the UK fund. So this is our starting point to test if this model, when we have these different ecosystems, work. And also one of the main outcomes that we had from that was our first seminar that was held in July from the last year, that was in a live-streamed event due to the pandemic, and also because we are in the beginning of the journey to test it. So it was an event for a half day that we have governments, companies, universities, fund agencies, also from different parts of the world attending on that. We had almost 200 people that were in the event, and we start to try to spread our needs to be more sustainable in the LPG segment. So this was the first outcome, but also, as I mentioned, we started our partnership with the universities in also last year, when in the Samba UK, we have in University of Santa Catarina 1 postdoc, 4 professors that join us in this journey, and as the main outcome that we already have also to complement the seminar was the manuscript that is a review about the possibilities that we have considering the biotechnology to produce the LPG, and also one robust proposal of project that now is part of our Samba Phase 2 that we are starting this year with the universities, now with a team, not only some people, but now with a concrete team with 5 professors, 1 master, 1 PhD, and 1 postdoc work also together in this journey. Also for Universidade Federal de Santa Catarina, in the same way, we started with a smaller team, and now we are in the same phase, starting the Samba Phase 2 with a big team in Northeast and South. Yeah, this is just to give you an idea that we are on the field. We need to establish new technologies. We need to get partners with different universities, because we know that all universities have different backgrounds, for example, in raw material that can also complement and increase the yield of the bio-LPG. And also, as Keith mentioned, not to get the bio-LPGs as a byproduct, but put it in the spotlight. So the idea is to try to scout different process, for example, using biotech, using chemical catalysis, and also for gasification, and also scouting our Brazilian raw materials. So this is one of the way. As I mentioned, we are in the beginning, scale up it, right? This is the main message that we have. And also, as when we considering new technologies, we know that we have a very mature learning curve, so higher prices in the beginning. So this is one also the way that we are trying to put in place some discussions with policymakers, how we can also get some incentives, how we can also get some, how we can share risks in order to try to accelerate it. So also here our main message is not only that we are in the bio-LPG field. Of course, one of the ideas to start with that, our main business for the LPG, of course, but our main ambition is to get a portfolio of energy, not only bio-LPG, but also considering some investing in Brazilian opportunities to develop RDME, also hydrogen and LNG, ammonia, and what else? This is always our question every day, what's going on and how we can also to be a company for energy, not only for bio-LPG in that case. So thank you very much.
Anybody in the room got a question? Miriam?
Thank you. I'm actually not having a question, I have a comment. I just want to point out to the Brazilian universities, I'm here to talk to you and build links between UK academics and Brazilian academics. So please come and find me during the break. Because I have important opportunities and great opportunities, I think, we can facilitate. So I'm here to represent from the UK, and we're really keen to.
I'm not sure if everybody heard that, but Miriam wants to be found. That's the message. And if anybody watching online can't see Miriam and can't also know who she is, you can also, of course, contact any of us through the chat, and we can also put people in contact. We do believe that cross-fertilization of ideas is the right way to go. We don't have enough time as a world to try and keep all of the answers proprietary to ourselves. We have to share, leverage, and make advances by really building off what other people have done and working collaboratively together. So I'd encourage you all to stalk Miriam from now on.
Yeah, and if you have drinkable bioethanol with you, I'll talk even more to you.
Any other questions here in the room for Rubens and Priscilla? Well, thank you very much. Your story was very clear, and we're grateful. Yes, I'm... Thank you very much, both of you again. Okay, so for our third presentation, we're going to go to an extremely well-known and impressive pride of Brazil, I would say. And I've been practicing really hard to try and firstly enable to say Rafaela Gomes appropriately, and then also Raizen. Did I do that all right? Is that right? So you know the company, but I'm sure you really want to hear directly from Rafaela herself what they've been doing, what the journey they're on, and what might be next. And maybe we can get some inspiration from that from you now, Rafaela. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You nailed it. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here and to be invited for the second edition of the seminar. I think the last one was unfortunately during COVID, and we were all at home, which makes me very happy to be here today and be able to meet with you face to face, but also to everyone that's at home, a big hug for you. You're missing out because the presentations here are amazing. Let me see if I can work this out. Okay. So first of all, I would like to introduce myself. As Rebecca very well said, I am Rafaela Gomes. I am the head of biogas business for Raizen. And Raizen, I'm going to borrow here from Kit, is the huge energy company that nobody knows about as well. And in that sense, before talking to you about this amazing topic of sugarcane and its role in energy transition, let me explain to you a little bit more what we are, who we are. First, we are the fourth largest company in Brazil and one of the world's largest sugar producer, actually the world's largest sugar producer, and one of the world's largest ethanol producer. If we consider only sugarcane ethanol, we are the world's largest sugarcane ethanol producer. We are basically a Brazilian multinational company, meaning that our head offices are here in Brazil, but we have operations across the globe. We also have a fuels distribution business that, and then you might know who we are because we operate under the Shell brand in Brazil, Argentina, and Paraguay. So we're basically a joint venture between Shell and Cosan, a Brazilian company, and we were founded in 2011, and we were already big when we started, but now we're even bigger. I'm looking at Raquel there. She spent some time with us there. So we have 35 bioenergy parks today, and bioenergy park is just a cool way to say sugar mill, but you will understand why we are calling it bioenergy park now, because it's really an integrated biorefinery. And we also have, like I said, operations across the globe. Specifically in ethanol, we have offices in Houston, Geneva, Philippines, Singapore. We are also one of the world's largest ethanol traders. And our portfolio is very diverse, and it goes from sugarcane to ethanol to biogas or biomethane, renewable natural gas. And we also have solar energy, and as I mentioned, fuels. But it all starts with sugarcane. And why do we love sugarcane so much? First of all, sugarcane is one of the most efficient ways to transform solar energy into biomass. So if we compare it to corn, in terms of tons per acre per year, you will see that sugarcane is around 34. I'm sorry, you're not seeing anything. It's around 32, and corn is only 4. And the other reason, sugarcane is basically 30% sugar, 30% biomass from bagasse, and 30% biomass from straw. And all of that biomass and all of those sugars are fully utilized in our processes, as you will see. And last reason, and this is something that for me is very important, and we studied it in depth, is sugarcane is a very resilient crop. And in that sense, if we're talking about climate change, it is a plant that will adapt well to climate change. And we are already seeing that. Okay, so it all starts with sugarcane. So from sugarcane, after crushing, the main two products that come out are sugar and ethanol. And they come out in a ratio of 50-50, but it can vary mill to mill. There are some mills that only produce ethanol, there are some mills that only produce sugar, but the majority of the mills in Brazil, they produce sugar and ethanol on a mix. And if we think about our example at Raízen, we crush 100 million tons of sugarcane, which allows us to produce 4 billion liters of sugarcane ethanol and more or less 6 million tons of sugar. So that's why we are the world's largest sugar producer, as I mentioned. And if you think about ethanol itself, and Keith, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have watched your presentation. Ethanol is actually one of the most efficient ways to reduce emissions in the light fleet. And Brazil actually has a very strong and robust and old program where we started using ethanol in the 70s with Proálcool due to the oil crisis, and the government incentivized the use of ethanol. And currently, 70% of the Brazilian fleet is already flex fuel. That means, and this is why I'm telling you that I'm going to maybe pick on you a little bit. I have a British car. I drive a Land Rover. And my Land Rover is a flex car. And I never, ever fueled it with gasoline. I only fuel it with ethanol. So this is just a joke to say that the technology is there, widely available, and at the end of the day, the decision to decarbonize is with the end customer at the gas station. And I brought here a chart just to, as an example of, I don't know if it's too loud here a little bit, I'm going to push it. An example of emissions, and the first one is a car running 100% on ethanol in Brazil, and the other ones are electric vehicles in different countries. As you might see, an 100% ethanol vehicle in Brazil, when we take into consideration well-to-wheel of the emissions, it still emits much less CO2 than electric vehicles, depending on where they are in the world. But even in Brazil, which has a very clean power matrix, more than 80% of the Brazilian power matrix is renewable, it's still, an electric car in Brazil still emits more than 100% ethanol. Because this takes into consideration the car production, the battery production, where the electricity comes from, and of course, in case of the ethanol, the emissions of the ethanol. So now we know that we can, after crushing, we have sugar and ethanol. But we also have residues. And the first and most important one, as I mentioned before, is bagasse and straw. And with bagasse and straw, we burn it and produce thermal power electricity. So just an example, at Raízen, all of our mills are 100% sufficient in terms of electricity. And in some of them, we generate more power than we need, and we export that power to the market. So we export around 3.2 terawatt hours of energy every year. This is enough to supply a city the size of Rio de Janeiro. And this is also one of the reasons why Brazilian ethanol has a lower carbon intensity than the American ethanol. Because in the US, to produce ethanol, they use natural gas as a power source. In Brazil, we have cogen. And cogen is not only good for the ethanol, but as I mentioned, for the country. So Brazil has a very, I would say, leading and a good example of a renewable power matrix. So this is from EPE, the 2021 numbers, and Brazil is basically 80% renewable in terms of power sources, and that is basically due to hydro. We have 60% of our energy coming out of hydro, but we also have almost, or 10% of that coming from biomass. And this is very important because when the reservoirs are dry, which is during the winter, it's when the sugarcane industry is producing at full speed. So that means that these cogeneration plants, they export energy to the market when there is a shortage of energy from the hydropower plants. And the other good reason to incentivize and continue to have this power generation source is because it is a source that can provide stability to the grid and reduce our need to import natural gas and LPG to produce energy. Okay, but that's not the only thing we do with bagasse. We also do cellulosic ethanol. Thank you, Kit. I saw our plant there. And this is a very special project for us because Raízen was actually one of the first companies in the world to operate at a commercial scale a second generation ethanol plant. And we were the first company in the world to announce a second plant, which was double the size of the first one. Effectively, we were able to crack the technology, and today we have already announced 5 more plants in Brazil only. So in theory, if we used all the bagasse and straw that come out of the field, we could produce an additional 2 billion liters of ethanol. And this is very interesting because E2G ethanol not only has a lower carbon intensity than first generation ethanol, but it also, due to its circular characteristic, decreases the carbon intensity of the first generation ethanol. So a bioenergy park that has an E2G plant will have a lower CI in terms of the first generation ethanol that's coming out of it. And finally, I have to talk about biogas. This is what I do, so I will spend a little bit more talking about it. I apologize so far in advance because I am an enthusiast of the matter, but all of those products, especially ethanol, they produce vinasse. If it is first generation ethanol or second generation ethanol, they all produce vinasse. So just to give you a number, for each liter of ethanol produced, we produce around 15 liters of vinasse. So basically, we produce vinasse, not ethanol. Vinasse is water with organic content, and today, or normally, that material goes back to the field as a fertilizer. What we do when we produce biogas is we borrow that residue, and we put it to a biodigestion process. The bacteria eat the organic content inside the vinasse and produce biogas. Biogas is a mixture of CO2 and CH4. So, and that's literature. Again, it could vary 40-60 depending on your plant, but if you go to the textbook, it's 50-50. And that biogas and the end product of that biodigestion still goes back to the field as a pre-compost material. So it goes better to the field because the bacteria does not eat potassium. The bacteria only eats the organic content. And it actually increases the pH of the vinasse, which is also good for agronomical reasons. So that's how we produce biogas. And if we take all the vinasse produced at our plants, 1G and 2G, we could produce around 6 million cubic meters per day of biogas, just Raízen. You have to think that all the examples I brought here are 100 million tons of sugarcane crushing capacity. The Brazilian market has 600 million tons of sugarcane crushing capacity. So those numbers are huge. And what I love about biogas is that, first of all, it is a drop-in product. So the first thing we can do with it is just to burn it in a gas engine and produce electricity. And that, in fact, has been done in Brazil, in Europe, all over the world. The second thing we can do is to upgrade the biogas into renewable natural gas, which is basically taking out the CO2 and bringing the methane to the specifications of the, in our case, ANP specifications. So when we do that, we actually have a drop-in product that can replace natural gas because it is the same molecule, but from a renewable source. And you can use it to displace natural gas, diesel, LPG. You can use it as a feedstock to produce other products such as green hydrogen, green ammonia, biomethanol, and all of these things we are already doing, especially the production of green hydrogen. I'm going to talk a little bit more about it in the next slide. And the good part is, as I mentioned, the Brazilian sugarcane industry, it has 600 million tons crushing capacity, which leads to Brazil actually having a very big biomethane potential. So Brazil's potential to produce biomethane is 120 million cubic meters a day, according to the Brazilian Biogas Association. Just to put it into perspective, that's more than enough to supply the entire gas market in Brazil, and that would be enough to replace 70% of the diesel in Brazil, which is a product that we import. Brazil is short on diesel. And 40% of that potential comes effectively from sugarcane. Here is the reason why we find this product so amazing. Because it's a waste-to-energy product, the carbon emissions are very, very, very low. So you can see here, 0.1 grams of CO2 per megajoule is very, very low. And with additional technology, I think Gabriel mentioned in his lecture during the morning that it can be even carbon negative. Some places in California, for example, are already producing biogas with a carbon negative footprint. And that leads for it to generate a reduction when compared to fossil fuels of more than 99%. And here is just to say that this is not a dream. This is something that we are already doing. I brought to you 2 cases from Raízen. The first one was the very first plant that we inaugurated, biogas plant, in 2020. And it was a gas-to-power plant. Raízen won the first auction to supply power from biogas in 2016. And we did that plant to supply the energy for that auction. And this was our first stab at biogas to understand the process, how it works, the production, and all of those things. The second plant we just announced and started to construct, and it's going to be ready next year, is a gas-to-gas plant, which means that we are going to produce biomethane and not power. At least not at this moment, we're not going to produce power. And the idea here is that the biomethane produced in this plant is going to be injected in the grid, and it is going to supply industrial clients in a free market. I can tell you the clients because we announced it, The first client is Yara, a very well-known global fertilizer company that is actually buying this product to produce green hydrogen. And we want to test that green ammonia that's coming out of their process in our own field to see what is the overall impact. Because another information that I don't know if you know, fertilizers account for 40% of the carbon emissions in sugarcane in our business. And the other company that we sold biomethane to was to Volkswagen, and they are just decarbonizing their manufacturing, their factories. So they are indeed producing cars with a lower CI. And that leads me to my last and final slide, which is something I must have said a million times, but I always end my presentations with it because this is what I truly believe. I think that Brazil has a huge potential to lead energy transition globally. Not only because our energy matrix is already very clean. We talked a lot about the power matrix, but the overall energy matrix is 50% renewable, and that's basically due to biofuels such as ethanol and biodiesel. So we are an example that you can do that in an economic and scalable way. So you can have a renewable energy matrix, but because of our biomass potential, of our biodiversity, but also because of the technology that is being produced here. We talked a lot about the E2G project, but what I didn't mention is that several companies across the world, American companies, European companies, tried to put those projects together and they couldn't make it. And we did it here in Brazil. So we have technology to export, we have renewable carbon to export, and we have our people, which for me is the most amazing thing of all. So that's it. Thank you.
I'm sure there will be questions. Are there questions in the room? I know there are one or two. Is somebody coming down with a...
First of all, thank you. Thank you, Rafaela, for the presentation. Very clear, illustrated, and inspiring presentation.
Thank you.
About the ethanol production, on the juice fermentation, you have some CO2 producing on the fermentation. And what is I'm thinking about this CO2, according to your speech, to be negative CO2 production? What do you mean to do with this CO2 is very pure and useful to conversion and produce methanol, DME, bio-LPG, and many other molecules, fuels and chemicals.
Oh, I appreciate the question. It's a very good question. We have studied several different routes for that CO2, either coming out of the fermentation, which, as you mentioned, is a very pure CO2, but also the CO2 that comes out of biogas, because there's a lot of CO2 there. And of course, one of the things, the first thing that we thought about was actually selling that CO2 to the beverage industry or the food industry, because Brazil is also short in CO2, and this would be a renewable CO2. We are now seeing other applications to produce sustainable aviation fuels. We are studying several technologies that could use CO2, and actually there are several different routes, but also using CO2 in the production of biomethanol, converting biomethane into biomethanol, which I wanted to, I didn't ask the question, but it could, in theory, link to the methanol discussions. It doesn't come from ethanol, but it comes from biomethane. So we are having all of that discussion, all of those discussions. I think that we don't even need to discuss CCS at this point. There will be industrial and commercial applications for the CO2.
Can I ask if I have time? Onur Saleh Kabololi, SHP Energy. That was an excellent presentation. I really enjoyed it. It's something similar to that has been asked already. So you have this bagasse and straw as a leftover, which you think of, for second generation, which is like brilliant idea. But also, bagasse and straw are excellent feedstock for gasification, and then you make syngas and so forth. So how do you, the handle competition for the gasification market versus second generation biofuel market?
Oh, that's a great question. Before I was sole responsible for biogas, my role was energy transition. So every other week I would get a question of gasification. I think that what we are trying to do now is to figure out what are the most effective routes. And we have to also consider what we already have in our portfolio. So the second generation ethanol isn't something that we just did on the course of a year. It's something that we invested for 12 years, and Shell in its turn had invested for more 10 to 15 years. So that's already there and developed. The same thing with biogas, because gasification, it's very interesting, but we already have a gasification, a natural gasification process. But at the end of the day, I think we are agnostic. I think most efficient technology will win, and we are always looking into all of the available technologies. So that would be my answer.
Yeah, we received here 2 questions, Rafaela. The first one, how much 2G in volume is currently produced by Raízen?
So currently in our plant at Costa Pinto, this is the first plant, we're producing 30 million liters. And the second plant is going to have double the capacity of the first. And I don't want to say anything wrong, but I think next year we'll be in operation and we'll have a 75 million liter capacity.
Great. And the other one is 2G ethanol produced on top of cogen energy with the leftover bagasse? And or else they replace each other?
That is a very good question. Actually, that is the question. But there is a simple answer. It's not one or the other. Remember what I told you in the beginning, that sugarcane is 30% bagasse and 30% straw? The straw currently the majority of the straw currently stays in the field. And we know, because we have studied together with universities, that you can bring a considerable part of that straw without any agricultural damage. It's more or less 50%. So there's already a huge biomass potential that's staying in the field and not being used. So what we are doing now is investing in bringing that so that we don't have to choose. We can do both.
Thank you very much.
I'm afraid.
I hope you're staying for the Cape Arenas later. Of course, the ideal plant from a chemical standpoint is big is beautiful. It always has been. We talked about a 30 million litre plant, which is about 30,000 tonnes plus or minus. What is the biggest plant that you think is theoretically possible? So in any single point source, what is the biggest volume of ethanol that you think
of
could be available? Yes.
I would say, because we are approaching it in models, so 35 million liter is one model. The second plant is going to be 2 models. We studied 4 model plants for 1 mill or pool of mills, but I would say 4. We're not there. We're doing 2. But I remember when we had those discussions in the past, because it's modular, you can have it the size that you like. The main constraint is going to be biomass and the logistics of bringing that biomass to the plant. So I would say, again, I'm not a scientist. That's why I'm very careful talking to you guys here. But I would say 4 would probably be the limit.
So you could give us 100 million litres or 100,000 tonnes of ethanol in one location.
Exactly.
So you'll enjoy that Cape Arena.
I also received the other question here. Has Raízen considering power can so far? Pros and cons.
Sorry?
Has Tizen, considering power can?
Oh, so it's energy cane.
Yeah,
power.
energy can. Yeah, so
Yeah.
far on pros and cons.
Okay, so I don't know who's watching this presentation, but the questions are all very good. Yes, we did. We had a large, well, not a large study in the past, but we did a pilot in the past with energy cane. And I think it's something that is always going to be is like gasification. It can be game-changing, but it probably needs some other things to be done, I think in this case in terms of logistics and all of those things. But it's something that we'll always look at.
Great. Here, no more questions. Someone have other one?
Okay, thank you so much.
Well, thank you very, very much. Careful going down the floor. Thank you. I can't resist saying I loved all of your presentation except for the bit about displacing LPG, which I haven't forgotten, and we might need to still talk about that. But thank you so much for your presentation. So now the last one in this session, we're going to go to a very exciting and slightly different molecule and a very exciting and slightly different business context. So I'm very delighted to welcome up onto the stage Cornelis Hulst, whose name I can pronounce easier than the Brazilian names, who is going to talk about Port PaySem and your journey to green ammonia.
Thank you very much. Now, I also have to find out this thing. First of all, thank you very much, Superbrasgas, for inviting me here and to have a little bit of a commercial talk about the port and industrial complex of PaySem. As I said, okay, the green one. The Brazilian hub of green hydrogen ammonium production. It's a very nice name. There's two things which I remember of all these talks here is actually availability and the journey. I am the COO of the Port and Industrial Complex of PaySem, which means I am an engineer and I do port operations. And port operations is totally different in comparison to hydrogen and ammonia. And I actually want to take you through this story here. Availability is the key in a lot of things, because what does Brazil has is energy by solar and by wind energy. And everybody wants that energy. But unfortunately, you cannot take the sun easily to the Netherlands, where it is very cold during the winter time. So that's why they said, well, you can actually produce hydrogen of it. And hydrogen actually takes you a long way in transferring your energy you have here for free and to the rest of the world. That's why we said we talk a little bit about the logistics to Europe. And as a portman, I like to actually, I'm not an engineer, certainly not a chemical engineer, but I like to, that a lot of these companies are very interested in actually taking this energy and transport it to the rest of the world. They come to me and they say, what can you do for me? And that was quite a journey, which I'd like to take you along a little bit. First of all, Port of PaySem. For the Brazilians, obviously, they know it, world famous. I would almost say it's in the state of Ceará, in the northeast. It is close to the 5th largest city in Brazil, Fortaleza, 2.5 million people. You will say, well, is that interested? We come a little bit to that later on, because it is indeed interested. It's got about 50 million people in the hinterland. This is for a port very interested, because logistics, trade, things like that, that's what we make our money out at the end of the day. We are a general port. We have containers. We've got general cargoes. We do break bulks. We've got a steel factory which imports 10 million tons of dry bulk coal and iron ore, and they make steel plates, and then we export it again. It is all very nice port work. We do some fuels and LNG. Fuels mainly ship to ship. And hopefully one day we're going to then import or export some.
biofuels, or whatever it is, these kind of things. We have transport logistics services, so it is a general port at the end of the day. What we have as a key as well is that we have a 19,000 hectares industrial area behind the port area, and that's what we want to develop into a industrial area at the end of the day. About 3,400 hectares, which is like quite large, is what we call a ZPE area, which is a processing zone, which means that if you're going to invest as a foreigner in your industry there, you don't pay import taxes, you got all kind of fiscal benefits at the end of the day. If you import materials and export materials, all kind of benefits. And actually that combination of having a port, which is the closest port to Europe, and 19,000 of hectares to build all kinds of industries, that actually is a good opportunity for growth of the port. If you look at the growth of the port since 2002, when the port was started, built by the government of Ceará, it's been growing with 23% on average, container growth 16%, but actually basically says that the economy in the state of Ceará is growing. One of the reasons that the Port of Rotterdam sent me here with a couple of colleagues and say, okay, we're going to buy some shares in this port, and we're going to see if we can develop it. Port of Rotterdam is the largest port in Europe and number 10 in the world, and they have probably some spare cash, and so we're going to actually repeat here what they do in some other places in the world as well. Port of Rotterdam has set 30% of the shares. It's a commercial company, or in this case in Brazil, a mixed commercial company. 100% is the ZPE area, so it's actually an industrial port altogether. So quite nice. They sent me here and they say, okay, go and build this port and make something nice out of it. So in the beginning of this year, hydrogen actually came up. And this is a totally different thing for a portman, because hydrogen is a totally different issue. So they said, okay, we're going to make a hydrogen hub at the end of the day, which is a very good initiative, because everybody screams about hydrogen as being one of the fuels in the future which you can export easily. And we said, okay, well, we need a hydrogen hub. There's been a lot of talks here with regards to how you can use the energies within Brazil as well, but I think Brazil has got much more opportunity of their energies actually to export it via all kinds of means, but hydrogen is first of the things. If you look at it, we are in the middle, Port of Pecém, in the middle of all the hydrogen supply chains. There will be a lot going to Asia. The United States is going to use, but they're also going to produce. But Europe and the UK as well, they will need a lot of energy. And if we talk about it, if we talk a little bit about figures, then they say that in 2050, Europe, or not Europe, the Port of Rotterdam thinks to import about 18 million tons of hydrogen. If you transfer that into ammonia, you talk about 100 million tons of ammonia, give or take, for the engineers here. So these are enormous amounts of quantities which go to Europe, and they say, well, the Port of Pecém can play a role in that one. Very nice. So now, me as a portman, they say, okay, we're gonna make hydrogen. There are currently about 22 international companies who are signed an MOU with us. 3 currently are already signed a contract for the investments. They're going to do the feasibility studies now, and they want to go into our port. And I said, okay, well, how can you help me? Because when a ship comes, I load it, but there's a lot of other things which take place as well. And this is the journey we actually will take you to. And the first thing, you need energy, and you need renewable energy. Because if you want to import it into Europe, there are quite strict regulations to certify your hydrogen to get a better price at the end of the day. So everybody is really keen on having renewable energy. you need water. I talk a lot about sugarcane at the end of the day, but sugar also needs water to grow at the end of the day. This is also a problem here. You need water. We come back to that one. And currently, the carrier, the liquid organic hydrogen carrier used is ammonia. There are a lot of things being thought out in the university to see if there are other carriers, but currently they say ammonia is the most favorable currently. There will be others, but they say that ammonia will, for the next 50 years, suddenly be an important part of actually transporting your energy around the world. Storage and logistics is also an important thing, and this is actually only my area, but to make that work, you have to make the other things work as well. Now, why the state of Ceará? Because the state of Ceará, they did a lot of studies, and they throw you around that they've got a normal solar generation potential. It's a big area, they've got a lot of sun. The radiation, the solar radiation is very high. Studies actually show that it's effective to generate energy. Similar wind, there's a lot of wind. Wind capacity factors are high, and especially if you're going offshore, then these wind capacities are getting very high, higher than in Europe, for instance. And this cheap energy actually makes it possible to produce cheap green hydrogen at the end of the day. Now then we come to the point, okay, you are welcome to build a hydrogen plant, which is, by the way, an investment of about $1 billion US. And there are quite a lot of these people are investing it. And you also want to scale this up. They started slow. I think that currently the state of Ceará have got 1.5 gigawatt of energy being used, which is not a lot for a state, but it's not an industrial state. But we think that within 5 to 6 years, this will triple if you look at hydrogen production. So that means there's a lot of things happening. Where do you get this energy from? You cannot use it from the water dams, because you've got rain problems, and secondly, the European Union says also you cannot use these water dams. And then they say, well, we go into offshore wind. There is a lot talk about offshore wind in Brazil, also in the north, but also in the south as well, for additional energy. And we aiming at the fact that you need this energy from offshore wind, which is cheap, to actually produce your hydrogen. Because the industry will go much slower to actually have 26.9 gigawatts of offshore wind, which is currently planned on the table. Some are with by IBAMA for licensings and this kind of thing. So this is really going to happen. All nice and well, but my hydrogen hub to be successful, I also need to start looking at all the other items which are necessary to make that happen. And one of them is offshore wind. So we as a port, we also look at the fact that we need the service industry and the building industry for offshore wind, which are enormous investments as well. An offshore wind park, 800 million, 1 billion euros is normal at the end of the day. So this is an enormous amount of money, which certainly will be invested in the whole thing. Now that means that we have to start planning 20, 30 hectares offshore to being built, again quite large, but this needs to happen if you want to have a hub for hydrogen, green hydrogen offshore. So you get a little bit the idea that it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and you said, okay, then we've got energy, we can actually scale it up, we're going to build you some wind, or we're going to assist you in building offshore wind, and then you come to the factors of water. One of the critical points in green hydrogen production is water. There's a lot of talk about desalination. Desalination is first of all expensive, It uses a lot of energy as well, and it is not so very good for the environmental, for the sea and environment, because there's a lot of brine production, these kind of things. Now, what we have is the city of Fortaleza. 2.5 million people. They like to drink their beers. They are having the showers, and there's an enormous amount of water which is actually just being let into the sea. There is some reuses, but very little. And we are actually having a plan now inside the port to make this effluent water, to reuse that for hydrogen. And then you see actually that all the little pieces come together. It's not easy to actually have all the water from a city which is 60 kilometers away, lead that to the port, treat it, and then put it in those plants. Because these companies, they will not make the investment if this project is not ready. If the offshore wind is not signed or not done properly, they will not sign it. So it's a very complicated story, actually, to put all these things together to make green hydrogen happen at the end of the day. Another thing is what I was also worried a little bit, because I use ammonia only for cleaning, at least my wife does. It is toxic, very toxic at the end of the day, and it is corrosive to skin and eye. However, it is, although it contains a lot of energy, it is not easily to catch fire. And the explosion risk is very low. So that means for a port that you can easily transport it, and in the shipping you can also easily transport it. We currently look having preliminary license studies to be done, because we need to be sure that if you've got a large hub in a city or close to a city or got some villages, that it is safe, because you don't want to have any problems in the future, and that's the enormous key for it. Can you all see it on like this way? That move. I'm not going to dance now anyway. So we're working very closely with SAMAS, which is the local agency for environmental issues, with FIEC, which is the Federal Institute of Industry, because this whole hub is going to happen is an enormous opportunity for a lot of companies to actually put in their businesses, supply technologies, and everything what happens at the end of the day. Now this all putting together, then we're coming back again, okay, towards support. So we make a port master plan. What happens is that you have to bring in high voltage lines, probably about 10 gigawatts of high voltage lines in the next 10 years, which is an enormous investment as well. You need to have areas where you put your clients. You need to pump water from the sea to these production areas. You need to pump ammonia back. You need to have a lot of tank farms and these kind of things. So this is a planning what we do as a port, and we try to actually facilitate all the different clients. Don't forget that some clients want to start in 2025. Other clients says, I wait to 2027, but the pressure is very high. So this is the journey. Now another issue, if you look at these very large investments, then you have to try to find efficiencies. Now you can say, okay, well everybody builds his own tank, and a tank for ammonia is very expensive. Again, it's a very large investment. It needs double holes and these kind of things. It's very expensive. So we said, well, can you share it then? Because ammonia is ammonia. If you produce ammonia, I produce ammonia, just to put it together. Unfortunately, this is also not the case, because ammonia has got a certain degree of quality. It's got the purity of it at the end of the day, but it also depends on the certification. The European Union says, okay, there are certain certifications, levels of certifications, which got to do with the level of energy use. Are you having 100% green energy, or 80% green energy, these kind of things, they are still hammering out at the end of the day. And if you got really high grades ammonia, green or very low carbon hydrogen, then your prices are very high. So they're trying to stimulate these things, which is a bit of a difficulty because you cannot then find efficiencies of sharing your pipelines or sharing your tanks, because maybe your production is better than from the neighbor, and competition is also a case. But this is what we try to stimulate in the port at the end of the day. Other energy carriers, I saw methanol and ethanol. Methanol is also one of the things they try to make from green hydrogen. So there will be a lot of things happening at the end of the day. Happens. So I took this picture actually from Google, and I said, okay, this is somebody cooked up, this is a hub. And what I actually found out last week, I said, well, it's not interesting because you need energy, project wave energy. We are now busy with trying to establish energy from waves. Offshore wind, as I already showed you, we also are working on that one. And we need to do the investments and make it possible. Solar developments in the Northeast. It's a vast areas, and there's a lot of companies are investing in solar developments, and we are trying to help them with them because they need some kind of cable going into the port for green hydrogen. We have got a large area for production. What is interesting as well is gas power plants, LNG. We are becoming an LNG hub. I think, why would you then use energy, electricity to make hydrogen, and then make hydrogen to make electricity again? I'm not sure if that's efficient, but at the end of the day, you can store it. Hydrogen is a storage of your energy at the end of the day. We need to have port capacity, and we want this hydrogen, or this ammonia, to go to the port of Rotterdam. That's what we want at the end of the day. What you'll see as well is that ammonia will be used together with methanol, but ammonia in the shipping. A lot of the large ships actually will start using ammonia instead of diesel fuels. Public transport, cargo transportation, there's a lot of it will be electrical, will be biodiesel, will it be hydrogen, fuel cells. So these kind of things are still all on the development. And you don't know what's going to happen, but you need to be prepared. So that's why we do these things. And we also think with 19,000 hectares of potential industry growth, they will demand energy. And what better if they can start already immediately with green hydrogen. The heavy industry in Germany is now switching over to green power, to hydrogen. And here in the port of Pecém, if you're lucky, you can already start with it. So it's a lot of advantages what we think it is. Now this is also another interesting thing. A bit grey because I took it from the newspaper last weekend. The maritime shipping, as I said, they will actually use a lot of ammonia, hydrogen in rail transport, chemical industry, steel manufacturing. A lot of this energy which you make, first of all, you make hydrogen, then you put in a lot of energy to actually make ammonia, then you put that ammonia in a ship, you send it to the other side of the world, and then you have to re-crack it again, you have to crack it again into hydrogen. So this is a lot of technologies which are still being developed. Out of my league, I don't know. I only know if somebody says tomorrow, we have got a new product, we need that product to actually be transported, be handled safely with all these kind of things. Therefore, because I don't know, you cannot just start this kind of an industry in a city in a place of 19,000 hectares with your partners. And that's why we set up a PaySam Innovation Center. And the key to the fact is also to have open innovation, because we want all those clients which are interested in setting up a hydrogen plant. They need suppliers, they need human resources, they need universities, which actually then have a playground to start working on hydrogen, green hydrogen, and actually together with this production people start working on it. And this is actually, I think, one of the important keys there are. So the lady just said later on, maybe not only in biofuels, but this is also an opportunity actually to see how we can work with this. And it is a lot of the big companies in the world who are interested in it. Now the key to it is you got a very nice area, which is the port of PaySam. There's a lot of energy coming in, you've got hydrogen, but what the heck are you going to do with this thing? So you're going to ship it. Where are you going to ship it to? You're going to ship it to the port of Rotterdam, obviously. What is the port of Rotterdam doing? Because in the hinterland, Germany is the big steel factories which need it. And to actually transport it from the port into this hinterland, which is a couple of 100 kilometers away, they are building an infrastructure of pipelines where they're actually planning to pump the gas hydrogen, I say, so if it comes in at ammonia, you have to crack it again, into this industry. And what you see actually that, and then we're coming back to the port. Port is not in the logistic supply chain. You've got an industry in your backland, in your hinterland. You take their product and you actually send it to the customer. And this is actually a challenge what we see in the port of PaySam. And so far, we are on the way. Seria o caso de hidrogênio verde, the greenhouse of the whole thing. Thank you very much for trying to understand my journey in this case.
Are there any questions for Cornelis? Oh, there's one, a couple there.
Thank you very much. One curiosity question. So you mentioned, the cracking of ammonia. So are there any intensive from Port of Rotterdam side to build ammonia crackers? And another question is, in case you transport in the form of methanol, do you think of, let's say, collaborating with Porthos for the, let's say, if you crack methanol and then, say, have CO2 and then storage at the Porthos project?
Well, the difficulty is, I get these questions a lot, Are you going to invest in a plant by the Port of Rotterdam or the Port of PaySam? They've got nothing to do with it. They're actually only trying to facilitate it at the end of the day. And we facilitate energy supply, we facilitate spaces. We're going to help the customer as well to link, for instance, with companies who crack ammonia. That is the idea at the end of the day. And only in the Port of Rotterdam, they do have sufficient resources to say, okay, well, we are willing to do an X amount of investment in something, what they do. And they find their partners. So currently there is a lot of investments done, and they having their green hydrogen and ammonia in the Port of Rotterdam, but these are the very large players who are trying to set that one up. So we facilitate only, not cracking, not yet at least. Don't have the money for that.
Thank you. There was another question there.
First, thank you for your presentation. Very clear. So I have a question that's a little bit polemic questions. So as we, the guys before told us, the Brazil have a huge market for energy, fertilizers, and steel, and another uses of ammonia or hydrogen. And what's your opinion about the trade-off between use this hydrogen produced here in Brazil or leaving this hydrogen to Rotterdam port? There is a trade-off of economic and politics, and what's your opinion about this?
Well, my opinion is that the whole world needs green energy. And in Brazil, they also need green energy. And actually what I'm seeing here is that there's a lot of initiatives to actually make it greener. That's very good. If you are selling products outside of Brazil, then they need to be green as well. And that is actually the commercial power which will then force it. Besides the fact that the government, as you said as well, and that Brazil consumers also want green. The quantity of green hydrogen which can be produced in Brazil is much, much more than Brazil needs. So in the old days, Brazil exported a lot of oil. They exported a lot of, still do a lot of mineral products like iron ore and things like that. This is the next step for Brazil to export their sun and the wind energy. And that is what the world needs. So it is not a question of what Brazil needs. For sure, in the south, where there's a lot of industry in Brazil, green hydrogen will start up, especially ammonia for making fertilizers that will come up. But the large opportunity in the future is to export your energy to the rest of the world. Thank you.
Great presentation. I've got one question. The very large gas carriers that transport LNG or LPG, they use the fuel that they're transporting to power the engine. If you did that with ammonia and the ammonia sort of engine for maritime, then how much, for a typical large gas carrier, how much ammonia would be left by the time you got to Rotterdam?
Well, I'm an engineer, but I didn't calculate that one. But for sure, because these ships, these ammonia ships, they are actually very rare. They do exist, but they're not. So again, this is a new technology in which they actually run efficient large vessels. Currently, actually, the largest vessel is 17,000 tons, which will probably double the size. So they will calculate it. But for sure, that the ratio between what they consume and what they have to bring to the other side, that should be okay. With LNG it works, so with ammonia it should also work. And ammonia, I think, is a little bit higher in energy. That's all I understood, yeah.
Great. One question online.
Great presentation, Cornelis. So here is, could you comment on the efficiency of the process of the transportation of ammonia and how much is lost in the process? The Kiev, yeah. And which are the perspectives of bringing industries to Pecém Port that could use the hydrogen produced there? Not only ammonia, but also SAF and HVO process.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of things happening, and I'm not a doctor, so I don't try to put everything together. The focus at the moment is actually that you establish your hydrogen production, you make your link to Rotterdam, and the rest will start. ArcelorMittal just bought the big steel factory in Pecém, and they've got a lot of investment plans. For sure, they're going to go into these new energies. We've got cement industries, so it will start at the end of the day. Again, if you've got your resources available, your energy resources available, it makes it much easier to start it there. You don't have to transport it to there. And that's actually what we're trying to aim for. But it's going to take 15 or 20 years at the end of the day. That's for sure that will happen, yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Cornelis, for your presentation. Well done. Okay, so we're going to take a short break now. And I don't know about you in the back, but I'm cold. So go outside and get a bit of sun and warm up a bit. Those of you at home, please do come back. And all of you here, please do come back, because in half an hour, on the hour from now, we have two amazing presentations and mine, so 3, but 2 really good ones that you don't want to miss because they are going to be very interesting and add another dimension to this interesting debate that we've been having all day today. So please join us back here on the hour for the last session of today.
always a good sign when people are still coming back.
So if I could ask everybody to take their seats. So it's me again, and for the last session before the Caparinas, it's a great pleasure that I introduce Peggy de Roop from Dutchem, and today she's going to talk about the importance of international companies, a network for the deployment of sustainability. So thank you very much for a big title, Peggy.
It's always a challenge, just, to keep them warm if you know that they're willing to go to the Caipirinhas. Me too, by the way. But, and I must admit that I feel a little bit like a fish out of the water, because I have no clue whatsoever when we talk about energy. So just to set the bar already, not to raise the expectations too much, because I probably am not able to speak when it comes down on energy. However, I'm very happy that I'm invited to this event, and I would like to thank Pri, who's somewhere around here, I think, and also congratulate her for the event, because I think it's an amazing opportunity to see so many people and bring so many people together when you talk about sustainability and moving forward with it. And I'm not a specialist in energy, however, I'm probably one of the specialists in bringing people and companies together. So let me see if this works first. Indeed. Oh, can I also go back one? Okay. So, and as I said, I was a bit surprised when Pri asked me to talk to you today, because I said I have no clue on what I should talk about in energy-wise. But then again, I'm probably the specialist in bringing people and companies together. So that's probably the reason why I'm here. Now, let me tell you first of all something about myself. And if you see, maybe I can already do a quiz if you see this bandera, and then probably you will not like this now, but if you don't know which country this is, this was the country that kicked you out of the World Cup 4 years ago. So sorry guys, I'm Belgian, nobody's perfect. But anyway, don't worry, because we will not kick you out of the World Cup this year, and probably I will put the t-shirt on Brazil on this year, and not the Belgian t-shirt anymore, because I'm very much confident that you guys will win the World Cup this year, for sure. So, having said that, I'm Belgian. Just to give a quick information about myself, I moved 9 years ago out of the country. Previously, I've been working for 20 years in a corporate environment, mainly for French companies. You're lucky that you work for Dutch companies, because French are worse. And 20 years in a corporate business environment. The last 10 years I was working for BICI, they call it here, depends, right? Where I've been in HR management, and also 6 years managing director for BIC for Belgium, Luxembourg, Holland, and for the Scandinavian countries. And then something really nice happened to me, because I was quite a workaholic, and I was very attached to my job. But then my husband got the opportunity also for BIC to move to Singapore, and I said, why not? I just join you, quit my job, do something crazy in life, and just go there, And that was probably the best choice of my life, not only personally wise, but also professional wise, because I didn't want to go back to the corporate environment anymore, to be honest. After 20 years defending marketing budgets and financial plans and these kind of boring things, I said, I want to do something different. But when I went to Singapore, I didn't really know what I was going to do. Initially, I wanted to take a year of sabbatical, but that ended up 2 months later, and I was fed up with a sabbatical. But then I learned what the connection would be between corporate and public. And I ended up at the Chamber of Commerce, and I was working there. I was asked to work there for the Belgian Chamber of Commerce, which was completely new for me. Because you were connecting all of a sudden the corporate environment with the public and diplomatical network, which was a really interesting thing, and I come to that in a second. So I had a lot of fun in Singapore. I stayed there for 3.5, almost 4 years, and then we had to pack and go again. And guess what? We were moved to Brazil. Talking about opposites, of the world. From the very organized world of Singapore coming to the bagunça here in Brazil. That was quite of a challenge. So, but that was a little bit on the story of myself, bringing me that to the story of today, because in the meantime, I'm here for almost 5 years already in Brazil.
And I was lucky because I loved my job in Singapore, this connection with this working with the Belgian Chamber of Commerce and also working with the European Chamber of Commerce, for which I was a board member for 3 years. I ended up here, and in the first weeks I met a few Dutch people here, and they said, well, we need somebody to manage the Dutch Chamber of Commerce. Isn't that an opportunity for you? Isn't that something you can do? And I said, well, basically I have to switch from Stella Artois to Heineken. How difficult can that be? So this is why I took the job. Now, what is the Chamber of Commerce doing? Now, Dutchem is the official Chamber of Commerce already since 1952. My God, that was 20 years before I was born. Oh shit, now you know my age, of course. But what is the Chamber of Commerce? The Chamber of Commerce is a non-funded organization. We're not funded by the government. We're fully empowered by the companies. So that means that we have quite a bit of freedom. We don't have to apply to everything that the Dutch government is doing, but we are very much empowered by our companies. So we are recognized, however, by the government. So that means that we work closely together with the embassies and the Dutch consulate, for example, here in Rio. Now, what do we do specifically? Where, first of all, let us have a look at the members. We bring together basically all the big Dutch companies that are currently working already here in Brazil. Now, we're definitely not the biggest chamber. If you talk about other chambers of commerces, Europeans here, and especially like the AmCham, for example, they're way bigger. However, the Dutch Chamber of Commerce has quite a lot of impressive companies. If you think about the Heineken, thinking about the cocktail already, about Heineken, Philips, DSM, AkzoNobel, KLM, but also Shell, Unilever, and obviously also Supergasbras, who is very much Dutch. We have really a lot of big companies into our network, and this is quite amazing, I think, because bringing all these companies together out of all different kind of industries, with all different kind of backgrounds, it's quite amazing. So, again, I think today we can say that all the big Dutch businesses are part of the Chamber of Dutchem, and we also work together, as I already said, together with the Kingdom of the Netherlands, so basically the embassies and the consulate. We're also part of what they call NL Business, which is an international platform that is gathering all the chambers of commerces across the world. Now, very often people say, but what do you do at a Chamber of Commerce? Well, it's very simple. We bring together these companies, we bring together our business professionals, and we talk indeed about what we call relevant topics that are relevant for the local businesses. And I come quickly to the last slide in a few seconds, because this was initially the role of a chamber. And this is basically the same role that we have in common with other chambers. It is translated in a way that you organize cocktails, but we also do things like, workshops on unconscious bias, workshops on mindfulness. We do expert talks on compliance things. We do roundtables. We do all kind of strategic projects and committees. And this is, I think, where it becomes really interesting, because I must say that I've been now for 9 years working for a Chamber of Commerce. And if you look back, 10 years, 15 years ago, all our companies, they were all looking for, how to generate more profit, how to drive business, how to please our customers and consumers, right? But this has changed, right? This is no longer the driving reason behind the company. I think the companies have moved much more to what is our real purpose. What do we really want to change, looking at the future? And it's not only to please your customers or consumers, but it's also to attract people who still wants to work for a company who is not thinking anymore about their role for society and what they contribute, to the future of a country. So having said that, from one side, the companies have changed slightly their DNA, and some even drastically changed their DNA. But also from government sides. We heard what Sarah was telling this morning. Also the Dutch government, they changed, not that they changed their policy, but they changed also the way they look at things.
if they came up 2 years ago with a new slogan, the Netherlands solving global challenges together, it has nothing to do anymore with the windmills and the tulips and these kind of things, right? I mean, it's thinking about how we can really change our impact for the future altogether. Now, funny enough, again, after being 9 years in a Chamber of Commerce, funny enough, I noticed that this movement wasn't really a natural movement that we made with the Chamber. We were a bit quite stuck in the traditional events that we were organizing, you know, these nice cocktails and seeing people and fun, you know. Well, 2 years ago, I wrote a paper towards my colleagues, chambers, Dutch chambers across the globe, and I was just questioning ourselves, like, what are we doing? What is our real purpose? Why are we doing what we are doing, you know? So, again, bringing people together is one thing, but I think it needs to go beyond that. So, finally, we also came with Dutchem with kind of a new slogan saying, our purpose is to create together a more sustainable, inclusive and inventive future for Brazil, for all. Not only for our consumers, not only for our clients, but for everybody, for our employees, for all our stakeholders, for everybody, also in the street. I mean, this is what we really want to contribute on. So the report I was writing 2 years ago was published among my colleagues across the world, and it was quite, well, not a revelation, but of course, I mean, people said, yeah, Peggy, but I mean, how can we make that work? I mean, is this really the role we need to play? And I said, yeah, we don't have a choice anymore. It's like companies. You don't have the choice anymore. You don't have the choice to say, I'm just bringing products on the market. You need to take up this responsibility to look beyond that. So this is also what we need to do. So the whole report created some commotion in the international network, but I see that now we made a step with Dutchem. And we said, okay, but how are we going to put it in practice? Because, I mean, you can make a very nice mission statement, a very nice purpose, right? But how do you put this in practice? Now, let me share with you what we are aiming now here today at Dutchem. Again, with all these companies together, we said, listen, guys, we want to find, first of all, also a common ground. Now, I saw a lot of companies struggling with a lot of what I thought were basic things. And I take an example, I mean, without naming, you know, all these kind of companies, but an example of a very big organization here that you all know that said, well, Peggy, we have a policy on, for example, on D&I, that is a global policy, but we have no clue to how to put this really into the market in Brazil, that it makes sense for Brazil. Taking, for example, the role of women in an organization. I mean, the first meeting I had with my board, I have an advisory board of 25 people at that time. I reduced them a bit, you know, these advisory boards. I mean, sometimes they don't give that much advice, so I kicked a few out that didn't give the advice. But the first meeting I had, guys, it was with 25 people. And I didn't even realize, but somebody passed in the corridor. And afterwards, this lady came up to me and she said, Peggy, you are the only woman. So what? I'm not afraid of the guys. But she said, no, but it's not a question of being afraid. Can you imagine 25 guys in the room and you're the only woman? And my advisory board is mainly consisting of CEOs, presidents of big companies. There was not one single woman. And I don't want to make a presentation here on D&I, but it's just an example. Because a lot of these big companies, they have a very nice and a very straightforward policy when it comes down on D&I. But if you look at the markets, I mean, it might be completely different in the Netherlands than what you find here. So it's sometimes also about the adaptability of strategies of a company and to bring it on the local market. Understand what the real needs are here on the market. And very often, when you have a network of companies, just putting the mirror, not only for yourself, but putting some examples of other companies, some of them, they say, hey, fuck, but we have the same issue here. You know? So what we did is, we said, let's focus on what we call now our 3 pillars at Dutchem. Let me start first with the young professionals. Today, we have really highly professional CEOs, presidents of our companies here. But these guys or girls or women, they will not stay there forever, obviously. So we have these young professionals who are working in our companies. But these might be the new CEOs of Supergasbras, Shell. I mean, we want to already start now talking to these guys. So we said one of our first pillars is to make a project that we focus on the young professionals inside the companies, inside our organizations. And what we did is we put together what we called an Orange Academy, where we gave them during 8 weeks a training on the leaders of tomorrow. And by the way, we had people from Supergasbras also participating in this Orange Academy. It was an amazing project. I had 25 young professionals really working together during 8 weeks. We were supported by the Erasmus University of the Netherlands, who provided us the professors, who helped us by making and setting together the program. It was really an amazing journey, but we said, wait a minute, we also want to not only give them something, but we also want to take out of them something. Because I said to the CEOs, guys, we need to listen to these guys. Let them tell. So what we did was, during the project of 8 weeks, we gave them a case study to work on. And I love to tell this story because it was an amazing one this year. We said, listen, if you tomorrow are the CEO of Supergasbras, if you tomorrow are the president of Brazil, luckily it wasn't such, it could have been better with them maybe as candidates anyway. But what would you change? I mean, if you would be on the top of a company, on the top of a government, what would you change for your country, for Brazil? What should change tomorrow, or even better, today? And we gave them the toolbox of the 17 SDGs. We split them in 5 groups of 5 people. We gave them 8 weeks, and at the end of the 8 weeks, they came back on the graduation of the Orange Academy, and they had to present their cases. Now, we were impressed because they didn't talk with each other, because it was a bit of a competition. Every group wanted to win. And I still remember that we were sitting there with the jury, and the jury was our Dutch ambassador, was somebody from CEO from Rabobank, somebody from an NGO, Global Compact. And we were sitting there listening at the project, and we thought, my God, what is happening here? Because we were thinking they would come back with hunger, water, energy transition, water waste, this kind of deforestation, out of the 17 SDGs. Guess what? They came back with one thing, all the same. What could that be? Nobody, I guess. What could it be? What bring 25 young professionals, like some of you here in the room, what did they brought on the plate that they say, this is the top priority of my country for now? Well, we were thinking a little bit like that. There will be somebody coming back with green energy and these kind of things. They all came back with one same thing: education. 5 groups saying the same. The guys who are watching say, fuck, the group's telling the same. Oh my God, they're telling the same. We were astonished. So the guys with the jury afterwards said, Peggy, you gave them really the wrong instruction because you pushed them in one way. I said, no. Now shut up, you guys. Now we have to listen to them because we have some message here. They want us to believe that indeed there is no point of talking about green energy, of sustainability, as long as we don't, first of all, work on education. But I give this example to say, hey, sometimes we need to have another mirror. Sometimes we have to think and listen to what really people, what is living inside of the communities. And sometimes this is also why we want to do this with our Dutch companies. Because if you tell this now to Brazilians, they say, yeah, of course, education. If you tell this in Holland to the headquarters, they say, what are you talking about? They have no clue. So this is one of the first pillars that we work on in Dutch, but also sustainability, diversity and inclusion, and also sustainability. Let me give the example of diversity and inclusion. We said, okay, how are we going to organize that? Because the Orange Academy was a project that was really nice. We ran it last year, we run it this year. And by the way, the winning group, they went back to the Netherlands for 1 week to learn, grow, and share with each other things out of the Netherlands. And they became our ambassadors now for the Netherlands here in Brazil, which is quite cool. But in terms of diversity and inclusion, after this famous meeting where somebody said you were 25 guys in the room, we set it up in Diversity and Inclusion Committee. And this is, again, something what I'm very proud of, because, again, I was thinking, what can I learn to people, you know, from Heineken, from Supergasbras, from Shell? What can I, as a chamber, add to their company? Now, again, a lot of companies say, of course we know, I mean, we have not enough women in leadership positions, but how do you want us to change that? So what we did is we have a committee where we see each other on a very regular basis. Every 2 months we come together. We have a separate task force on D&I where we come together, where we discuss topics together, where we say, hey, this is something how we can change this. This is how it works at Philips. Look at how it works at Heineken. And we share best practices with each other. We organize workshops like unconscious bias, but this is coming from the demand of our members, right? We tackle this year racial equality, or inequality, I should say. 65% of the Brazilians are black, and how does that translate in our organizations? We don't see the same number of people in our organizations. How can we work on this, you know? So these are the kind of things that we do in our D&I committee. And this shows that, you know, together with all these companies, you're much stronger. And this is a little bit my point as well. I'm going to skip this one if I can. I cannot. Oh, I cannot. Okay. But I have no sound. No? Okay. But I skip this one. Okay, that's good. The same we did again, I mean, I think for D&I, we've been going already a long way. I mean, the committee started almost 2 years ago, and there we really made some nice progress. Then I said last year, let's do something better and more challenging. Let's talk about sustainability. And now I'm getting into a difficult phase here, because how can you find a common ground and a common platform with all these companies together who are in different industries, different challenges? That's much more big trigger to tackle. So today, what we did is we split it up in basically 3 parts. We have sustainability, the agribusiness, we have energy transition, and we have social. Agribusiness is a very important business for the Dutch here in Brazil. That made sense. Energy transition is much more focused here on the companies in Rio, and that's why I'm very happy with these kind of events to contribute also on this part. I mean, because again, not only Supergasbras, but we have much more companies who are in this way of energy transition, and we want to play a role in that as well. And social, I come to that in a second. Now again, it's more difficult to find a common ground. So what we decided with the committee, we said, listen, we don't want to change the world, and we're not going to change the world, but again, what our strength is to bring people together and discuss about different topics, like the event what we have here now. But another point, and much more interesting and much more important, and we had a conversation with Julio just during the break, it's about image, guys. I strongly believe that the image of Brazil is just not positive, what it should be. If you talk with a lot of people in Europe about Brazil, unfortunately, they only talk about the same bullshit. It's the Amazonia and it's about Bolsonaro who's saying stupid things, right? And this is the image they have on Brazil. And a lot of companies, they have difficulties with this, to explain this as their headquarters. But we also have difficulties to attract more companies to Brazil. We also have difficulties to attract investment companies to Brazil. And if I see all of these nice projects that you've been presenting today, we need investors. We need, indeed, companies to support this growth, you know. So the key purpose of this sustainability committee is, first of all, to share the good practices. Not only the best practice, but the good practices, to show more what our Dutch companies are doing, because we are doing amazing things. And I was really glad also to hear the story of Heisen, who is also part of Shell and is a little bit considered as Dutch for me, right? But it's amazing the project that they are doing. But we're not communicating enough on this. And we should be, and I say we, and then I feel already like Brazilian, we should be much more proud in all of this, you know. So, again, this is a bit a role that we take with our committees, and to make the image, the branding of Brazil much stronger. And this is also what we want to do in projects, for example, what we call Doing Good Together campaigns, where we put the efforts of the global companies all together and reinforce, in fact, the goodness of what's happening in Brazil. So again, I'm very happy with this event. We should do this much more, and I think this will contribute in a positive way on the story of Brazil.
Thank you very much. Absolutely, Casa. I wanted to leave a few minutes for the audience to ask any questions because it's a great topic. Anything from the audience? Peggy? Because otherwise, if there's... Miriam, thank you.
Sorry, I actually have a comment. Because you flagged all the topics, I and we in the Supergen Bioenergy Hub work as well. I work on sustainability, I work on D&I, and I work on early career development. So can we please talk while we have drinks later?
Super. You're in my team, I think, from now.
Well, I'm an academic, so I can bring in the scientific perspective.
Picking up on what you said, I think you're absolutely right. And one thing that's amazed me about Brazil, just lots of things amaze me, but just in our business and talking to colleagues before, I don't think they realise just how good they are in the fact that cylinders go in, so they're refurbished, filled, painted, and then go out, within 90 minutes. If you run out of gas, you press a button, and then if you don't get it within 15 minutes, that's replacement. That's bad surface. And I think people don't realise that. I'm looking to get a cylinder replaced in 3 days. So from the organisational, logistical side, just because of the size of the country, it has to be efficient. But from the social side, what do you think would be the things that would amaze, people with a Western European view like my own? What else can be exported?
You mean from Brazil to...
From Brazil to the world, from a social side.
Well, a lot of things, a lot of things. First of all, let's start with the patience that the Brazilians have, I'm very, very much impressed that you're all very calm and you have a lot of patience. Maybe you need it in this country as well, right? No, but I think there are a lot of things indeed that can be taken away from Brazil as well to the Netherlands. We always talk about what the Netherlands can bring to Brazil in terms of technology and innovation. But again, look at the projects that also have been presented here today. I was a bit in a fight yesterday with a journalist who was talking also, again, about negative things about Brazil. And I said, wait a minute, but have you looked at, for example, the legislation in Brazil is one of the most strict in the world when it comes down on cutting trees. You will be amazed. Don't say that, we're cutting down the Amazonia, because, this is the most protected area, and if you see in terms of legislations, we're far beyond the rest of the world. But we don't hear this kind of story. So again, I think there are tons of examples that we can take.
Absolutely. So, are there any other questions for Peggy? Anything online? No? Okay, in that case, I'd like to thank you very much for a fantastic presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, one thing that Peggy did talk about was the importance of football. And as I was saying to some colleagues before, the only reason I'm here is because of football, and I'll tell people that story over Cape Arena. And probably the other reason that Sean is here today is because of our mutual love of football. And yesterday, I'm pleased to say that with Sean, who I've known for a number of years, we've talked about football, but yesterday was the first time that we actually got to see a football match together after trying for 3 years. Yeah, it was a great experience, is probably the best way to describe it. But another great experience is having Sean Simpson here from LanzaTech, a person and a company I truly admire. And he's going to tell us about how he borrowed some money from his wife. And then, the next stage is filing for an IPO later in the year. So thank you, Sean.
Thanks, Keith.
There we go. LanzaTech.
Okay, so we've spoken, so before I start, really deep thanks to the organisers of the conference, particularly Priscilla, who's been tremendous in putting this event together. It's truly a pleasure to be here. So we've heard a great deal about energy transition, and everybody's talking and everybody accepts the energy transition. But I think it's worth us taking a moment to understand what that means in terms of scale. And when I think about what that means in terms of scale, for me, I think of the oil industry. And I think about the fact that today we process around 90 billion barrels of oil every single day. So when we talk about the energy transition and we think about the use of or a transition to sustainable alternatives, what we have to think about, what we have to acknowledge, is that we're talking about a transition that requires us to find feedstocks to replace 90 million barrels of oil per day. And it's really from that level of thinking that actually we started LanzaTech. And we started LanzaTech not with a technology. We didn't have a technology. We started with a concern about feedstock. Where is this feedstock going to come from? Where are we going to get this scale or access to this scale of feedstock to allow the production of, in the region of 90 million barrels of oil a day? And so our feed, as Keith will know, I do most of my really deep thinking in the pub. And so I sat together with my co-founder in the pub, and we were like, so what would that feedstock look like? What would the ideal feedstock to make sustainable products look like in the context of this 90 million barrels a day? It would have to be something that's available today. It would have to be something that's abundant, available everywhere. It would have to be something that's point sourced, ideally something that you could find in a single location, and Keith talked about this earlier. Ideally, it would be low value. I'm a biologist, and even I understand that converting gold into silver is a poor idea. So going up in value is good. And it shouldn't compete with the food chain, because actually that speaks mostly to the value point. And when we thought about this, when we thought about our definition of what the ideal feedstock should look like, we realized we were talking about waste streams. Super high volume waste streams, many of which are found or are already aggregated into single locations. Waste from agriculture, waste from society, and waste from industry. And if you think about wastes, these resources all either exist or can be converted into gases. Gases like carbon monoxide, gases like hydrogen, and we can also take, guess what, CO2, a gas. So what we realized was we needed a technology that can convert gas into stuff, because by accessing gas, you actually access the greatest possible capacity of above ground or sustainable carbon from which to make your sustainable materials and affect your energy transition. So this is where it gets weird. It gets weird because then we started thinking, because we're in the pub, then we started thinking, so how did life on Earth start? Life on Earth started with biologies that could convert gases. If you think about what life on Earth looked like at that time, there are no trees, there are no sugars. Life on Earth started with organisms that could convert carbon monoxide, hydrogen, and carbon dioxide as a carbon source into products. And so there we are. We had these two ideas. We want to use gases, and we knew about a biology that could actually convert these gases very stably into alternative products. And it was from this place that we started proposing and developing the notion of gas fermentation. Using organisms that have this ancient biology that can convert gases into products, we developed a process, a biological process, that can convert a range of feedstocks. So we started with industrial waste gases, but we've also demonstrated our process and scaled with syngas produced from agricultural residues, produced from municipal solid waste, produced from CO2 and green hydrogen. We've also demonstrated we can use biogas that's reformed into carbon monoxide, hydrogen, and carbon dioxide. At LanzaTech, not only have we developed the biology associated with this conversion, we've also put together all of the process engineering to allow this technology to operate at enormous scale. We make a product that you all know well. We make ethanol. And ethanol, as you know, can be used directly in transportation. We've developed a process that can turn ethanol into aviation fuel. I'll talk a little about that later. But ethanol is also a fantastic molecule from which to make materials. It's a platform chemical. It's a platform chemical that we can use to really displace a lot of stuff that today we make from oil. And then a byproduct of the process is the biology itself, that protein we today sell actually as a source of protein in animal feed formulations. The advantage of this process is the CO2 emission from the combustion of the fuels we make can be recycled by taking it from the air and putting it back in the process. The materials that we produce from our process can be recycled by gasifying them and turning them back into useful carbon and energy for the remanufacture of brand new materials. So we're talking about a circular economic process. Conversion of very large volumes of feedstocks into fuels, materials, and protein. We started the company in 2005. 2005, we had a test tube, an idea, and a desire to go to the pub to do our deep thinking. Since then, we quickly scaled this process. We had a pilot plant operating at a steel mill in New Zealand in 2008. In 2012, we operated a demonstration plant producing hundreds of tons of ethanol from steel mill emissions in China. And today, we actually operate 3 commercial plants turning gas into ethanol. They're all in China. They're all at industrial facilities. Today, we produce around 150,000 tons of ethanol from industrial emissions. This is a picture of our first commercial plant. We commissioned this plant in 2018. That was 13 years after this process basically only existed in a test tube. That is a very short amount of time. And these reactors that you see here stand about 100 feet tall. They hold around 500,000 liters of fermentation broth. We constantly feed gas into them. These constantly convert that gas into ethanol. Ours is a continuous process, continuously fed with gas, continuously producing ethanol. This is an economic process. We pay for the gas we use, we convert that gas into product, we make money for this plant. The payback period on our process is between 3 and 5 years. It is, as I said, a continuous process. This is what the gas coming out of a steel mill looks like from a composition perspective. And we can deal with the chaotic nature of that gas emission in our process because it's a biological process. Biology evolved in chaotic places and can deal with the chaotic input. No problem for us. Steel mill gases contain contaminants. We don't need to clean that gas to nearly the degree of a chemical process because we deal with a biological process and it can handle more contaminants. Today, as I mentioned, we're operating 3 plants in China. Each one is taking an industrial emission. We're building a plant in Europe that will be operating next year. This is at the ArcelorMittal steel mill in Ghent. And we're operating actually the first municipal solid waste to ethanol plant in Japan. That's operating right now. This plant actually takes unsorted trash. We gasify that trash, we turn it into a syngas, we convert that syngas to ethanol. We're building plants all around the world and today have a lot of projects, for example, in India, we have projects in Australia using biogas, we have projects in the US, we have projects in Europe. You know about the conversion of ethanol, the use of ethanol as a fuel. What we've been very interested in is the potential to use ethanol as a platform. The first way we demonstrated this was actually to use ethanol as a feedstock to produce sustainable aviation fuel. This is a catalytic process, it's not a biological process. We take ethanol, we convert it to the olefin, and that we then oligomerize that olefin into fuel in the jet range. The demand for sustainable aviation fuel globally is immense. It's the same as that for LPG. Who knew? But what's interesting is the production of sustainable aviation fuel is actually minuscule. Today, globally, we produce around 30 million litres, or gallons, 30 million gallons of sustainable aviation fuel as a society, but the demand for aviation fuel is at 90 billion gallons. Massive shortfall. Our process can turn ethanol via a catalyst, via dehydration and a catalyst, into a jet range molecule that has been certified by the ASTM for use in commercial aviation. We are building our first plant right now in the US. That plant will produce 10 million gallons of ethanol, of sustainable aviation fuel annually, and will be operating next year. We spun this company out into spun this technology out into a separate company with the imaginative name of Lanza Jet. And we have a separate group of investors in that entity. The other thing that we've done, I'll skip this. The other thing that we've done is demonstrate the potential to produce materials. And we call these materials carbon smart. And they're carbon smart because we take a carbon emission and lock it into a material via ethanol. We've shown we can take ethanol via ethylene. We can produce, of course, polyethylene. We can also produce monoethylene glycol, which is the basis for producing PET, so it's a monomer used in PET production, and we've also produced surfactants. And what we've been able to do is encourage companies to include the molecules that we make and displace those molecules in their consumer-facing goods, such that they can show a carbon-captured and reused product. We have partnerships with On Shoes, where the sole of the shoes is made from ethyl vinyl acetate. That molecule is made from our ethanol. We have collaborations with L'Oréal, who use our polyethylene in the packaging of their beauty products. We have a number of we have a very good collaboration with Unilever, where they have used surfactants produced from our ethanol in their dishwashing detergent, laundry detergent, etc., sold all around the world. Carbon capture and reuse. Perhaps some of the most famous collaborations we have are actually with clothes companies like Lululemon and Zara. So there we've actually made lines of clothing that consumers actually have been extremely interested to buy that contain recycled carbon that started its life as an emission from steelmaking. Every ton of material that we sell displaces 2 tons of CO2. This is an opportunity for the consumer to actually play an active role in carbon reduction. Consumers to actually make a choice for a product based on its sustainability, its characteristics, and its carbon reduction. Who would have thought that now you can buy a catwalk quality dress that started its life as a carbon emission from steelmaking? And that's what we've enabled. The other thing we do at LanzaTech is see what else we could make via our gas fermentation platform. Today we make ethanol, but we have a biological process. And actually with synthetic biology, we can reprogram that biology to now not make ethanol anymore, but make something else. Synthetic biology people have talked about for many years, and it's a way for us to literally reprogram biology, taking biological elements from other parts of nature and include it into the bacteria that we use, this ancient bacteria, so that now that bacteria is reprogrammed to make an alternative product. To date, we have developed all of the tools to reprogram our bacteria, and we've demonstrated that we can get this bacteria to make molecules like acetone that's used in the manufacture of acrylic glass. We've made molecules that are used in the production of rubber, so molecules like butadiene or isoprene. We've made molecules that are used in alternative forms of packaging, like propylene. And we've made molecules that are used in the manufacture of toys and building materials. The advantage of synthetic biology, and I'll talk much more deeply about synthetic biology in a presentation I'm giving tomorrow. The advantage, though, with our process is that whilst our plants, our facilities that make ethanol, use our ethanol-producing bacteria today, if we think about what that plant actually does, that plant actually just feeds gas to a bacteria. What the bacteria makes from the gas is now in our control. And so what we do is we can think about our technology as kind of a hardware-software model. The hardware is the process, the software is the bacteria. And if we want to change the software, we can, and by changing the software, we change what that plant makes. So today we make ethanol, tomorrow we can make acetone, the next day isopropanol, etc., etc., in the same plant, with the same capital, but now you have a product-flexible facility. When we see a steel mill, when we see the emission from heavy industries, what we see today is an opportunity for carbon reduction, is an opportunity for higher profits, and what we see is an opportunity for great diversification. As a society, that thinking has to go across the board. We need to rethink carbon. We have to think about carbon and where it's going and how we minimize it. We really need to rethink refining. But we can only rethink refining if we think about using resources that are available at a scale that's appropriate for rethinking refining. We need to give consumers an opportunity to make climate-smart choices. Today, consumers, certainly in the place that I currently live in the US, consumers can go into a supermarket and they can choose food that, for example, is organic. Or they can make a choice about buying something that is fair trade or that is come from a sustainably managed forest. But in future, they need to be able to make a choice about where the carbon in the products that they buy comes from. Our ambition at Lanztech is that we want to put into consumers' hands the ability to make a choice for every product they buy from a carbon perspective. Where does that carbon come from? And we think that the carbon should come from these resources. Large volume, waste resources that are available today at tremendous volume in almost every geography of the world. We've already demonstrated we can make everyday products from exactly these resources. We've already demonstrated that we can produce, yes, small amounts of a diverse array of products just using ethanol as our platform. In future, we see an opportunity to make multiple chemicals, to make multiple products, and give consumers exactly this choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know there's a couple of questions online, but first I want to ask a question. What do you see as the opportunities for Brazil and all of the massive opportunities here? So where would you start?
I always love coming to Brazil. For me, Brazil is kind of the global role model in sustainability. Anyone who's worked as long as I have in the kind of sustainable technology, sustainable industries sector looks at Brazil, I think, and understands the journey that this country's been on and the opportunities that exist here. Our future relies on us having access to enormous quantities of sustainable power. Our future relies on us having access to the kinds of resources that we see here. And Brazil has all of these opportunities in huge excess. The opportunity in Brazil is overwhelming. When I think about Brazil, the thing that I'm so sad about is that actually today we don't have a collaboration in Brazil. And that's something that is a shame. I think that the opportunity here is tremendous. Today in Brazil, the steel industry actually uses sustainably managed forests to feed their blast furnaces. That doesn't happen anywhere else in the world. It happens in Brazil. And so there is an opportunity for Brazil to continue on the trajectory it's already set as a global leader in sustainability, and actually demonstrate how we can transition to an industrial society where we do not accept CO2 as an outcome of industry. That's the opportunity.
Thank you, Sean. Do we have questions online? So,
yeah, we have
the voice of God.
We have 4 questions here. First of all, what's the silver bullet for the LPG industry in the energy transition? The propane or the RDME?
That's a question for you, Keith.
That is a question for me. I don't think there are silver bullets. The silver buckshot, I think we're attributing that to one of your colleagues who said that. But RDME is a fantastic fuel. We're going to hear about that in a minute. BioLPG is a marvellous fuel, as are the fuels you've got. We're going to need everything. I don't think there's any one solution. Next question.
Okay. Thank you. Is the ethanol produced from residues competitive when compared to the ethanol produced by sugarcane?
Yes. Yeah, so the advantage we have is the resources that we access are extremely low value. So when we take, for example, a waste gas from steel making, we take a gas where the only value to be added to that gas is to burn it inefficiently to make power. So the value of that gas is actually a discount on the alternative to make that power. And so we can actually get access to resources at a much lower cost than is true in the traditional ethanol industry, which enables us ours is an emerging technology, enables us with our emerging technology to actually offer the production of ethanol at very competitive prices.
Okay, thank you. One more question. How important is to have pure stream of CO2 as a feedstock?
Pure. We don't need pure of anything. I mean, we take the crap coming out of a steel mill and turn it into ethanol. So it's pure. Pure is not a requirement. We take constantly changing, chaotic gas streams and convert those into products. There is real value in there being a higher concentration of the reactive gases in the gas streams that we take. So that's true. So if we have gas streams of CO2 that are higher concentrations of CO2, that is more valuable to us. Taking very dilute streams of CO2 is very difficult for us to deal with. So higher concentrations of CO2 are very valuable. But that doesn't mean to say they have to be pure. For us, compounds like sulfur are not an issue. As an input to the process, actually our microbes eat the sulfur in gas streams. Nitrogen is not an issue. Methane is not an issue. Carbon monoxide, hydrogen, our organisms eat those. So we're not so concerned about purity, we're more concerned about concentration.
Are there any questions? So You want to collaborate with Miriam, Sean, or is there another? Is there another question?
I specifically do not want to collaborate with Miriam.
Okay.
Thank you, Sean. I have the same feelings for you. No, but I have a question when you talked about what consumers want, because the products you showed and the awareness for sustainability in products is kind of like a middle upper class thing, I would say, kind of coming in as a social scientist here. And so often if you then go to consumers who, make a decision based on price, because they can't or they don't have the understanding of what is sustainable, what is not sustainable. So where's actually let's put it like, where's the responsibility of companies or people putting products on the market to make sure that everyone, no matter of income and affordability, can actually have access to low carbon sustainable products?
That's a really excellent question. And so
now you want to collaborate with me.
Sorry?
No, you want to work with me then.
Be gentle.
That's a really excellent question. I mean, I think the truth of it is, right now, sustainability is a mechanism via which many companies can differentiate in their own market and offer a differentiated product. So if you're buying a dress, you're not just buying a beautiful dress, you're buying a beautiful dress with a real sustainability story. So that is true, and companies are seeing value in that differentiation today. And this gives us an avenue to produce the products that we deliver to them at increasing scale. And with that increasing scale, the price comes down. Let's be really, really clear, and let's go back to that number. 90 million barrels a day of oil are processed, and the reason why products from oil are cheap is because of the scale that industry operates at. We have to get to that scale. We've got the feedstocks to be able to do it, but we have to get to the capacity that brings the cost to this place. So I'm very happy to work with companies who want to put sustainable products in front of consumers. And maybe today they are paying a little bit more for their inputs. But today, actually, what I've seen is some pass some of those costs onto the consumer, some don't. But actually, what that does for me as the technology developer, it allows me to get to increasing scale, and with that increasing scale, my costs come right down, my supply chains get more efficient, and then I can really start competing on price in the marketplace with a product that's made from fossil. The other point, though, to your question I would make is the consumer is changing. The consumer is really changing. The understanding of the climate crisis has changed. People of my generation grew up thinking about sustainability as something that was to do with nature. Things from nature, things that are natural, they are sustainable. And when I started first thinking about the climate crisis, I started thinking about natural solutions. Today you have a generation, Generation Z. This is the first generation, the young people coming through today, this is the first generation of people that have been educated about the climate crisis. That has been part of their education, it's part of their curriculum. And they understand the climate crisis in terms of CO2, in terms of carbon. And so offering them a way to actually do something about carbon represents a tangible link to the climate crisis, perhaps in a way it didn't to people of my generation. And so the market is, I would say the consumer is also changing when it comes to the attitude towards this issue.
Thank you very much, Sean. So if there's no other burning questions... Oh, one more, last one, very quick question with a quick answer.
I don't do quick.
So first of all, thank you for your presentation. That's what we believe. That's what the pathway that we do in the university. And my question is, in your opinion, what do you have to improve to make this technology that already is in the scientific scale to scale up to the industrial and commercial production?
So let me understand. So we have already scaled up to commercial production. Our process operates commercially.
Yes.
So what did we have to improve, or what do we still have to improve?
You still have to improve in Brazil or in the country for make this example for all of this other technology that we have developed in the university, for example?
One thing is actually one of the biggest challenges for us, almost everywhere, universally, is government policy. And poorly drafted government policy around sustainability. And when I talk about, so when we talked about this earlier example with regards to the market and how the market is changing, this is also something that needs to change in policy. The market is changing because people understand that sustainability is about carbon. There's a lot of policy out there that still legislates as if the only possible option is to convert plants into stuff, rather than to legislate for an outcome, which is reduced emissions. And actually this misunderstanding, this mismatch in policy where people are legislating how you should achieve an outcome, rather than just legislating for the desired outcome, is a barrier to innovation. I cannot tell you, and you cannot tell me, what the future will look like and what possible innovations will come along to achieve what we need to achieve in terms of resolving the climate crisis. And policy shouldn't stand in the way of that innovation. And today, in many geographies, in the US, in Europe, it genuinely
does. Thank you very much, Sean. And if we'd like to thank Sean for his presentation in the traditional way. Buy them a beer later. Okay, we have saved the best till last. So, without any more words than that, I would like to introduce you to the person who will be giving me my end-of-year review, Rebecca Gruen, SHV Energy. Thank you.
Well, yeah, he had to say something nice, because following Sean is about the worst position you can have anywhere, because he's obviously the guru, and we all absolutely adore the fact that you're here and you shared your wisdom with us today. Thanks for that, Sean. So, I know that I am the last person between you and your caipirinha that has been sort of mentioned several times since we started at 10 o'clock this morning, so I will try really hard to go through the next few slides quickly. But I wanted to give one or two insights into why SHV Energy has made some significant commitments about RDME. So the question that was just posed about RDME or LPG, I'll come back to that at the end of the next few slides, because it's one that we also pose to ourselves. I don't think I need to go back to this, because you've heard it also from Keith and from Rubens and Priscilla earlier, and from Julio, indeed, and Bram first thing. We really are committed to this 2040 goal that is our ambition to replace the 5.5 million tonnes of fossil LPG that we currently distribute with sustainable alternatives for all of our customers around the world. This is really what drives us. It's part of who we are, and it's part of all of the decisions that we take as a company globally. So we're on this wonderful journey. We know where we're going. We've got a beautiful view. Look at that gorgeous sort of area and all around us. And it's a bit of an uphill struggle every now and then, but we know where we're going. That's actually not what our journey looks like. Most of the time, it looks like this. But the good thing about this picture is that we're not on our own. And we have a boat to keep us in there. But we need to make sure we have the right people with us in the boat, and that we understand that it's going to be a bit of an adventure. It's not an easy choice. It's not an obvious one-size-fits-all. So the silver buckshot answer that Keith gave is definitely the way we need to approach this. What we decided to do a few years ago was to really look at how can we navigate the choppy waters of this journey together, and how can we get to where we want to be. And we know we need the right kind of setup to make that happen. So we decided to really focus all of this on our future platform of products and services as part of SHV. So earlier this year, we introduced Futuria, which is our platform for our sustainable future. And this really is something that we're committed to doing in every geography that we operate in, especially because we know that it gives us the right drivers to do a whole range of activities to fuel our future. And so our strategy is to ensure that the source and the supply of our products becomes increasingly more sustainable over time with that ambition of 2040 in mind. This morning you heard about bio-LPG, renewable propane, that already exists. We already distribute that. We have lots of customers in European countries who rely on us for bio-LPG, a drop-in replacement. You also heard from Keith the reason that we can't scale that process up to the same volume is because obviously it's only a small percent, it's not on purpose, and there's an availability of feedstock issue that will always limit the total availability of that product. But it's very important for us right now, also in some of the discussions that we have with policymakers who need help in understanding how important the LPG industry is, exactly because it's the same size as SAF, but nobody's talking. We are now talking about it, and hopefully all of you will be when you go home today and tomorrow as well. Bio-LNG or biomethane is also a very interesting opportunity that we have in our portfolio. And then we come to this third point of what we need in our portfolio of products under Futuria. And that's where I'm going to go and dive into DME, dimethyl ether, and why we've decided that this is a really important thing for us to do, not just as SHV Energy, but more importantly as the LPG industry. And then number 4, what's next? Of course, there's a lot of other things that we could be thinking about, that we could be looking at. We are working on lots of other elements to make sure that we really understand how we can support our customers in all of the different applications that they have around the world. But for right now, I'm going to focus in on RDME. So you may not have heard of DME, dimethyl ether, but you may have. You've probably got it in your house because it's used in a lot of places in an aerosol, as an aerosol propellant. But it's a very simple product. It's easy to handle, it's safe, clean, and basically it's pretty good, pretty similar to LPG. Not exactly the same, but pretty similar. So what we started to think about is, how similar is it? How much could we start to use this? Is this relevant for us on our quest to replace 5.5 million tonnes for SHV Energy, or for the industry who needs to replace 200 million tonnes globally? We think about all of the different LPG players around the world who need to defossilise, which is, by the way, the word that I use because we need to be carbon smart. So we need to defossilise right now and get rid of the fossil in the right way, using the right feedstock. So DME is very simple, easy to handle, safe, clean, and similar to propane. So we decided we need to make sure we do something significant to encourage not just us, but the rest of the LPG industry to really explore this very interesting molecule. So you may have seen announcements earlier this year. Amazing to me that it's only the beginning of this year, because this year feels like it's gone by very quickly on the one hand, and on the other hand, feels like we've been on a journey for a long time already because we're making some really good progress. But we launched a joint venture called Dimeter, together with UGI. And this was quite complicated to start off with because we were in lockdown and we were having conversations with the second largest global distributor of LPG, based in another country, all via all via online meetings because we couldn't travel anywhere. But we managed to negotiate and set up a joint venture all remotely because we both believed in the power of RDME and in the power of collaboration. So Dimeter is a really important focus point for us to leverage both the expertise and networks of SHV Energy and UGI to really focus on the role that RDME can play for the LPG industry. And essentially, you see, by the way, on the map here, some of the areas that are represented by SHV Energy and UGI businesses around the world. So we have a pretty good global network of businesses, and we also are working very closely with others in the LPG industry. So we have 4 main priorities as Dimeter. And by the way, I sit on the board of Dimeter, so I'm sitting here with an SHV hat on one side and a Dimeter hat on the other side. Unfortunately, I don't get paid twice. I seem to do something wrong there. But anyway, the 4 priorities of Dimeter are all focusing around RDME. First of all, of course, safety is the most important priority for us in the liquid gas industry. We have to make sure that we know how to safely operate all of the LPG systems when we have an RDME as a new molecule that's very similar but not exactly the same. So Dimeter is really leading all of that work together with the World LPG Association, national organisations from all the different countries that we work in, and other competitors in the LPG space. We also need to work out how we can produce or get our hands on commercial supply, because the point of any new business opportunity is if we can have the product, then people will start to use it and understand it. But you obviously need to really create the market in terms of supply. So sourcing RDME for the LPG industry, offering it also to other players in the LPG industry is a second pillar of priority for Dimeter. And then, of course, we need to think about the ways of the future. How can we also look at new possibilities to produce RDME? Are there R&D activities that are relevant in this space? And I'll talk about that a little bit in the next slide as to how RDME can be produced. And lastly, on the point of policy and of advocacy, we need to keep making sure that the message that defossilization is a priority, that renewable liquid gases have an essential role to play, because you cannot electrify everything. You will need dispatchable, safe, efficient fuel to provide all of the customers who currently rely on us for LPG. You need to support them in their journey. And that's really where we need to make sure we get that message closely heard and written into legislation in all of our key markets and, of course, globally in the wider frameworks of the International Energy Agency scenarios and other ways that we can start thinking about the future of our energy mix. So there's a key priority there for Dimeter to lead that activity on behalf of the LPG industry. So going into how can RDME be produced, and we've probably talked a little bit around it in lots of the people have talked about it in the presentations this morning, or they've talked during the day today also about methanol or biogas or gasification. And all of these are relevant ways and relevant technologies that are important, and we can start thinking about how we can then use those processes to produce RDME. In principle, there's 3 main ways that are already proven to make RDME. Firstly, and probably the most often used, is either, as in most cases, in most parts of the world when it's not an RDME but a fossil DME, there will be a route through methanol. We are focusing, by the way, as Dimeter, only on renewable and recycled carbon DME, because we believe that is the only long-term solution. So we always talk about RDME, it's renewable and recycled carbon. So if you take sustainable feedstock or biogas, or in the future when we have significant volumes of renewable power and captured carbon, we can easily transform that into methanol, and then there is a synthesis process to get to RDME. Or we can take some sustainable feedstocks that could be municipal solid waste, could be other agricultural residues, could be any kind of sustainable feedstock, actually gasify it, and then catalytic synthesis direct to DME. Or, of course, in the future, when we have this abundance of renewable power and captured carbon, we could go the e-fuel route and work out how we make that financially viable for all of our customers around the world. So there's 3 main routes, and they're at different stages of technology readiness right now. So what we decided to do as Dimeter was to focus on the one that's the closest and most easy to implement right now. And that's why we're focusing on conversion of municipal solid waste, or MSW, waste, black bin rubbish that otherwise is wasted, and convert that directly after gasification through to DME, RDME. And we found a very good partner for this in a company called Q Technology, who have an extremely good, and I'll go into a little bit more detail in the next couple of slides, gasification technology that we can use to make this extremely efficient. So Q and Dymeter also together have a joint venture in the form of Circular Fuels Limited. I also sit on the board of Circular Fuels Limited, so actually I have 3 hats, and I still only get paid once. Doing something wrong here. But so Circular Fuels Limited is an extremely interesting, we're really delighted to be making a lot of progress in this area, because we can go straight away to start planning activities using this technology platform. And if I dive in a little bit more as to what that looks like, Circular Fuels Limited, using Q's proprietary technology, can take pretty much any form of feedstock, as I mentioned before. So RDF, which is refuse-derived fuel, which comes from waste, from both municipal waste or from commercial and industrial waste. It can take woody biomass, it can take hazardous waste, which is also extremely important right now because we need to work out how we deal with that globally. And also agricultural biomass, so straw, sewage sludge, digestate, all sorts of different available feedstock. Then through various different processes, you can either make anything to heat, so you could, of course, with Q's technology, just produce heat, which is obviously something that has been around for a long time with gasification, or you could go a little bit further and work out whether you wanted to, what you exactly wanted to do with it, whether you want to, how hard you want to upgrade it to various different forms depending on the process. Or you can go a little bit further and convert the syngas into a product or a fuel that can be used for various different applications, so transport, off-grid energy, or other sources of, or other uses of that molecule. So what we decided to do is to focus on this route because right now we believe that this is a very efficient way of converting waste into a fuel that we can use in the form of RDME. And I don't really need to show this picture because I think we also just had the masterclass from Sean Simpson about the availability of waste globally. But really, it is abundant globally. And it is a problem for us globally right now. So we need to understand, what do we do with it? How do we manage this process better? And if you think about what you could do with waste, there's a lot of different elements that all feed into how we manage our waste that we create as a world. And obviously we need to reduce the volume of it. Obviously we need to reuse things as much as we possibly can. Obviously we need to recycle. But there are still some things that you can't reduce, reuse or recycle. So what do you do then? And then the focus really is on converting it into something that has added value and that replaces the use of a fossil in feedstock instead. So this is why we believe, if you think about the volume of waste that's available, that this is a really important part of the overall energy system. And obviously looking at the greenhouse gas perspective of how we look at all the different fuels. It's been mentioned several times already today. Getting the carbon intensity down or the greenhouse gas emissions down is a priority. Sometimes we fool ourselves thinking, oh, if we just put something in, we'll put it into an incinerator, or we start thinking about electricity, that must be better. It's not by definition better. We need to really understand what's driving that process and how efficient it is. So we realize going for an incineration, for example, which is this line here at the top, that will not be the best use of waste. Well, it probably isn't already. It wasn't for quite a long time, but it certainly will not give you the right profile. So we decided to go ahead and set up Circular Fuels Limited, waste being a very key feedstock. And then we decided, right, what do we need to do? We need to make sure that we use some infrastructure that's already been proven. So this is a picture of Q's Sustainable Energy Centre, the SEC in Wednesbury, just near Birmingham in the UK. And what we're kind of in the throes of doing now is saying, how can we combine this existing technology with an RDME synthesis existing technology, which you see here to the right, to the left, my right, your left, this side here, which was already demonstrated in Japan. And so what we're now doing is we are building, this is an artist's rendition, obviously you can see that it's not quite there yet, but it's in the make right now, an end-to-end process to basically take waste coming in and produce RDME coming out. And we'll have that up and running the beginning of next year. And that's a small scale, it's a demonstration scale, but that's basically de-risking the whole process, because then we're going to go to our first-of-a-kind large-scale RDME plant. And we've already chosen the location. You can see us standing on this wonderful piece of land in Teesside. Who said something about Teesside this morning? So Teesside is an extremely important location. You can just see the little blue dot at the sort of middle of north of England there. It's a former steel site, so repurposing it is extremely important. And we're going to run our first of a kind RDME plant, waste to RDME plant. And that is also going to unlock jobs, a much better use, of course, of the feedstock that's available there, and be able to offer a defossilization opportunity for customers in that area. And then we won't stop there. Of course, we'll carry on. We have an ambition as Circular Fuels Limited. We've already identified some of the key areas key locations that we're interested in, but at the very least 6 projects by 2027. So we're actively working now to choose the right locations and the right partners for all of those. The overall investment required for that is around $1 billion. We also welcome anybody in the audience or online from investors who want to take part in that financing, because it's a fantastic opportunity. And we'll start off with the first one in the UK, then one in Europe, one in the US, and 3 more projects already in development. But there's so much potential for this technology and so much availability of resource and the technology that already has been proven. We think that it'll grow really quickly once we start getting the first customers excited about the opportunity that this gives them. Because also, to the point that Sean was making on the affordability, taking a waste as a feedstock really reduces the cost implication of the end product we can produce. And that's extremely important. When people rely on the energy that we supply in the form of a renewable liquid gas, they need to make sure that it's the right price point, clean, affordable energy for all. And that's what we can get to with the RDME through this waste to energy product. So my last sort of takeaway messages for today, talking about the 2 joint ventures that we've set up, Dymeta and CFL, but more importantly, RDME for the LPG industry. It really is essential for us to defossilize. We won't get there quick enough unless, of course, everybody in the room decides to also pull all our resources on some of the other plans, but we just need it all. If we think about the routes that we've talked about today and that we will also talk about tomorrow, new ways to RDME and to LPG, we need all of those solutions, because different feedstock and different geographical locations will lend themselves better to some solutions than others. So we really need a whole palette of opportunities for us to make the most of this. But RDME is essential. The feedstock processes and the know-how to make it are available now. So we, as SHV Energy, through Dymeta and CFL, are fully committed to advancing quickly. And we really hope that this gives you some inspiration, and others in the LPG industry also some inspiration, to join us on this quest to defossilize together. Thank you.
So I told you that we were saving the best till last, and I was right. So, are there any questions for my boss? Priscilla?
Rebecca, you mentioned about the right partners in the right places, right? When we talk this day, we talked a lot about the Brazilian opportunities about renewables and also for the general feedstocks, not only for renewable, but also for solid wastes too. But what's the main requirement to be considering our right partners to?
Oh, gosh, that's a great question. But I think ultimately we are a customer-centric distribution company. So what we know very well is how to get gas to our customers safely, efficiently, and hopefully to make them pleased with the service that we bring them. We are not technology providers. We are not project developers. We're having to be, and we're quite happy to invest because we need to make it happen. But we know that there are other people out there who have more expertise in that area than we do. So collaborating with technology providers, feedstock providers, project developers, financiers, all of that is important to us to make the overall project successful. Really, we are interested in the end product to support our customers. So whatever role we need to take in the project, if we need to invest or we need to make the investment more long-term safe by currently de-risking it and taking the long-term offtake contracts, that's what we can do. So a whole range of potential partners for us.
Rebecca, I think that in Brazil we have a huge challenge when it comes down to waste, right? And a lot of things have been changing recently, by the way, in the legislation here in Brazil on how to treat waste. I mean, I think that they're a bit at their maximum of stocking waste here. So I think now a lot of areas in Brazil are, from the government side, pushed to do something in this waste treatment. And then we come to waste to energy. Don't you have projects from SAV to invest here in Brazil concretely on this?
Not yet, but it's obviously a very strong area that we're looking at. There is an abundance of feedstock in Brazil. I mean, it was also the point that was raised earlier. Waste is available, residues are available. There's the opportunities are definitely there. We are committed to looking for solutions to Brazil. It's also the presentation that Supergas Brás gave earlier. So when we look for the right kind of combination, having a positive policy framework for that, so policies that actively encourage the use of recycled carbon and allocating the value of transforming waste into something that has a huge value, like a renewable liquid gas, like RDME, that's absolutely going to help the viability of the project. So Brazil's right up there.
I do have a question.
Hey.
Sorry. No, thank you for the great talk. And I mean, Sean flagged it up with abundant sources of waste, but often we have a situation in many countries where we have no proper waste management system, but also energy insecurity, especially in the global south, where no one has control over the waste and it doesn't belong to anyone. So kind of like just using it is a challenge. Well, we obviously have a really big problem around energy use, especially in communities, especially where people can't easily afford energy. So what is needed to link these two ends where we have this massive problem which is not regulated at all in many places? Well, again, energy then is a massive problem.
If you know the answer, if you come to the answer to that question, no,
you want to collaborate with me?
I think what is definitely necessary is us to raise the awareness of the potential. If you show the potential of this is what's currently happening to the waste, this is what you could do with it, this is what it would mean, this is how it would impact the people's lives who are currently living with the effects of poor waste management and having to rely on an imported, unsecure energy source, that's a very compelling argument. So you need to just really paint that picture very clearly to governments in various different places around the world who are struggling with this but haven't quite got to the point of understanding that there's a solution that's pretty easy to do. It just needs a joined up approach. But we need to paint that picture and keep talking about it all over the place, which is what we aim to do, but also how I think we can really make the difference.
And on making a difference, I'd like everyone to thank Rebecca for a fantastic talk. Thank you. So I have one request, and that's to the speakers that we've had today. Outside, there's a checkerboard that looks like where football commentators interview the football manager after the game. So the photographers are waiting to take a group photo of the speakers today and anyone else who wants to get in. So I'll try and herd the cats and get all the speakers in front of that checkerboard. And now, just to close today, I'd like to ask Giulio Cardoso to keep you from your caperinas. You're the last person between them and the caperina.
Thank you, Keith. First, congratulations the presenters for the fantastic day. What rich day. And it's clear for us that we are on track. We started the journey. And we have the solution. We can see here, talking with our people that have the knowledge, the scientists and people that are working hard to find the solutions, that we still have the solution. The solutions. And now is how we can make it really happen in a global way, and think in Brazil. Rebecca, you have 3 new investments in RDME. We understand that something will happen in Brazil. Huh? Because this seminar is happening here. Do we have a kind of seminar like this all over the world? It's only here. So we have a chance. Huh? We have a chance. We really have a chance. And listening today, one thing for me is that we need to be proud of Brazil. I think Brazil, in terms of the energy transition and what we are doing, what we see today, listen today, is really that we need to be proud of Brazil. On the other hand, we have a lot of opportunity to be special in the energy transition process. And one thing that is crucial is the collaboration between all of us. We listen today, the authorities, the regulators talking about what they can do. We listen today about the associations, what they can do. We listen today about the companies, what they are doing. And if we really work together in this process, all of us will win. And at the end, the society will win. So it's clear that we need to collaborate. We need to work together to make things happen in a short and medium term. We cannot think a long term. And this process is a long term. But we are going on, and we really need to work together. This is the reason why we have all of us here. We are talking about the regulators, we are talking about the government, we are talking about the private companies, we are talking about the universities, we are talking about the new companies, the new technologies, the scientists. We need to work, the banks, the investors, we really need to work together to make it happen. And we can see clear today that we have the opportunity, it is in our hand. And let's do it. Let's do it. And let's start in Brazil. The RDME, the Diamita, the Katia, using ethanol, a DME using whatever you want. We'll find it. We'll find the solution for you. So we are compromised with that. SHV is one player. but we have all of us to make things happen. Congratulations for the day. While we are not transforming ethanol in biopropane, let's to drink it. So okay. Thank you.